go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And good morning from the SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. Today is day 2 of the 8th of the finals here at Las Palmas in Gran Canaria. And the leaders of our fleet. For fleet number 1, we have Argentina. Fleet number 2, Lithuania. Fleet number 3, Switzerland. And fleet number 4, Portugal. Today we are forecasting approximately 8 knots of wind coming out of 35 to 55 degrees. We should be seeing again the same swell, 1 to 1.5 meters of swell. So before we go back out onto the race course, let's go and check in with Raquel and see who she found to interview on the dock.
Buenos dias from the race village. I'm with Jakob Gustafsson. Is the pit, I believe, in Team Sweden. Jakob, first race yesterday. You're going in for the second race today. Have you talked about anything with the team last night, and what are we going to see new on board, if we're going to see anything new?
Yeah, obviously we had a long briefing last night. We were super happy with most of the stuff, but we had some upwind speed issues. We have been looking at all the footages, videos on board, off board, and we have the drones. It's quite easy to compare from the other teams, and we were really happy with our start yesterday, and then a bit of lack upwind speed, and I think today we're going to look better because we found a few things we can change.
Are you as a team new together, or have you sailed with some of your teammates? You know them, you've been, regular crewmate?
Like a lot of the other teams here, it's been a bit of changes. I was lucky to get on board a couple of weeks ago, and we've been building a team with the core from the previous Swedish team, and then I've been able to bring in some other people that I sail a lot with. So I think we have a very strong team, but we need a couple of more days to get everyone in tune together.
So if you hear Jakob talking, it looks like yesterday was a disaster for Team Sweden, but they actually ended up second on the very first day they were racing together. So we expect great things from you today. So go out there and do your best.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to it.
Back in the studio.
Welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is the first day of racing here at the 8th of the finals, where we saw 8 new teams joining the fleet. The new teams are the USA, Argentina, Poland, Brazil, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, and France. In race number 4, we only had 2 boats that had the timing on the starting line correct. Sweden and Portugal got the best starts, as France and Slovenia were the last ones to cross the starting line. There was a massive battle between Portugal, France, and Sweden. But in the end, Portugal managed to take the win and bring home 4 points. Sweden finished second, France in third, and Slovenia fourth.
It was very intense, to be honest. We had a couple of match racing situations during the race, and that was so exciting. We was just swimming with it, and then the team just made a wonderful job in both downwinds. We get away from them and just relax at the end. It was super.
Welcome everybody here to the second day of the 8th of the finals. I am joined here in the studio with by Victoria Andrulieti, and welcome Victoria.
Hello everyone.
So before we get out onto the water, let's take a quick look at the match board. Here we are in the 8th of the finals, and today we will be starting with fleet number 4 at the bottom of your screen. So that is Slovenia, Portugal, Sweden, and France. And now let's take a look here at the team comparisons. Here we are. We have on the top left-hand side a Team Slovenia, Karpani 860, SSL ranked number 29, the team weight 727 kilos, and team captain Vasily Zbogar. To the right of him is Portugal, the Navigators, SSL ranked number 22, weighing in at 722 kilos, team captain number 10, Joao Rodriguez. And the bottom left, you just saw him in the interview for Team Sweden, the Vikings, SSL ranked number 10, weighing in at 724 kilos, team captain number 15, Jakob Gustafsson. To the bottom right is France, Les Bleus, SSL ranked number 6, team weight 723 kilos, team captain number 10, Loïc Perron, which will not be sailing on the boat today. So those are the teams that you will be seeing out on the water right now. Let's listen to the national anthems. And those are the teams that are out on the water right now. Let's take a look at the team lineup. So here we go for Team Slovenia here as we have on the bow, we have Kasper Strahovnik, who has a bronze medal at the World Championships in the laser class. The mid-bow there, we had Tina Mrak. She's not sailing on the boat today. At the helm, we have Igor La. We have Vasily Zbogar, who is the captain of the team. Right there, and Vasily, he has been to the Olympic Games 3 times, and he has actually won 3 medals. In the laser class, Vasily is currently, for Slovenia, recognized as the best sailor of Slovenia, so he has won that title right there. As we have also Thomas Chopi, who has 3 Olympic participation and has been 3 times world champion. So that is for your team Slovenia right there, with some of the country's very, very best sailors on this boat. Let's move on to Team Portugal. Team Portugal, as we here have Bernardo Plantier, who is world champion in the Star, as well as Felipe Silva, who is a silver medal at the World Championships in the Finn class. Pedro Costa, who is an Olympian in the 470 class. Mariana Lobato, who is a world champion and Olympian, so world champion in match racing and an Olympian in the Elliott 6 meters. Captain Joao Rodriguez, he has a gold medal at the World Championships in windsurfing. Let's not forget about the tactician Hugo Rocha, who has Olympic bronze medal in the G70 and sails on dragons and Etchels as well. As the trimmer, of course, Nuno Barreto, Olympic Games bronze medal for him, as well as he sails in the 470 class, Tornadoes, Swan 45s, RC 44. So a lot of very experienced sailors in the Portuguese team, with world championships galore, and if they haven't been to the world championships, they've been winning Olympic medals. So that is your lineup right there for the Team Portugal. As we move on over down to Team Sweden, as we have the grinder Carl Gustafsson, who has been 2 times America's Cup challenger, and another Gustafsson, that the one that you saw in the video earlier, in the mid-bow, Jakob. He was world champion of the Match World Racing Tour. So lots of experience on match racing from him. We also have, for example, in the pitmen, we have Frederick Orell. He has won already a season in the RC44. He has won match racing tours, and he has 2 bronze world championship medals in match racing. So a lot of match racing experience from him. Other sailors on this team are as well national champion, European champions in the 470s ORC class. So a lot of different experience on this boat, sailing on big boats, as well as sailing, for example, on the 470 and on the J70. So well-rounded team, experience from all sorts of different boats. So that's interesting. I'm sure everyone can bring something different to that team. As we move on and we take a look at Team France right here, as we take a look, for example, let's take a look at the grinder here. Anthony Munoz, he is a European IRC champion. We'll take a look at the pitman Bruno Jean-Jean, Jules Verne Trophy winner, and also a world champion in the maxi class this year in 2023. we take the bowman Edouard Mas, he is a 2-time world champion in the Longzé boat and 4 times winner of the Tour de France and 3 times winner of TP52. So a big experience from Edouard Mas there on bigger boats and a very fast boat like the Longzé. As well, let's keep on going down at the helmsman, François Brenac, 2 times ISAF world champion. If we look at the trimmer, Hugo Strudler, he is a Swan 42 world champion, so another big boat world champion. And of course, we can not forget the main trimmer, captain of the team, Xavier Roard, who has an Olympic bronze medal and is 2 times world champion in the star class. So a lot of very good sailors, and I haven't mentioned everyone in this on this team. A lot of the other ones are also middle sea race winners, etc., maxi world champions. So a lot of experience from Team France, some big guns brought out by Team France. So very much looking forward to seeing them up on the water. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. So this right now is how it stands after only 1 race. So Portugal won the last race. It was then Sweden, France, and Slovenia, so respectively 4, 3, 2, 1 points. We'll see what happens today as we go on to race number 2. Let's take a look here at the race course. And have a little explanation about what is going on. There it is. So obviously take a good start. Now that's proved to be difficult yesterday for some of the teams. So first of all, get a good start. That's rule number 1. Make it to the windward mark and then zigzag the way down to the gates. We've seen a lot of action down at those gates, and then perhaps up back to the Mark 3. Now sometimes that Mark 3 can be only a single mark, as perhaps the race committee decides to change the length of the race course. So we're just looking at it again. So take the start, go around the windward mark, then the offset, down through the gates. Perhaps if the race course does not move, then it'll be the same thing, windward mark, offset, back down to the finish. Remember that Mark 3 can be moved if the race committee does decide to do so, should the wind change in direction or in strength. That is the race course, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look now at the weather currently out there. So we're looking at 7 to 8 knots at 0.35 degrees. So quite north. We've come north again. It's partly cloudy out there. It's 23 degrees, so a little bit closer than a little bit less warm than it has been the last couple days. The officials that we have, you will see on the bottom right-hand side of your course, as we will go out to Raquel, who is out on the water. We are 4.5 minutes before the start, and so whenever she is ready to jump in, she will do so. As you see, there are race officials, and of course, do not forget to mention our regatta director, Paul Hutton-Ashkenny, having a lot of decisions that need to be made in the morning, as well as doing the team briefing. So there we are. This is the live image as we see our boats ready to start racing, and Raquel is out on the water. And it would be great to have her insight to see what's going on out there. And let's listen in, perhaps, Akele.
Good morning, Jan, from the race course. How are you? Everything all right? Looks like it. We have the committee boat behind us, and we are sailing with what we consider here in the Canary Island in this time of the year the normal conditions. So the wind is blowing from northeast. This is normally it's known as the trade winds, or the aliseos, how they call it here. It's the atmospheric wind that blows from east to west, both in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere. And they're called trade winds because it was what, back in the centuries, the big ships, the old goulette, used to bring the goods from the old continent to the new continent. So this is what the Canary Islands are famous for, especially in the winter. So we should be better off than yesterday because it's the right direction. And guess what, Jan? It's the same direction for the waves. So we will not see that funny situation we've seen yesterday with the boats actually surfing, going upwind, which was really something special to see. The teams are practicing and getting ready, and I think we're within the 10 minutes, right?
Yes, there's 2 minutes left before we get racing underway. So thank you, Raquel, for that information. Great to have you on the water. We, ladies and gentlemen, will be back with Raquel as the boats are going upwind and downwind and making sure that we get as much information as we can from Raquel. But right now, Victoria, we are in the starting procedure, 1 minute 40 seconds before we get going.
Yeah, and we can see now the teams are positioning themselves to have a good start. And the good start means it's like you want to cross the starting line with the maximum speed on the signal of the start, so you have a benefit. So, and also position yourself best from the other team so you can control the dance from the beginning.
Exactly, control the dance, exactly, from the beginning, and we saw that prove to be difficult yesterday. However, yesterday we had very, very light wind conditions and rather big sea states, so difficult for some of the boats to start back up again. Today is a different story. We have more wind out on the water, so we should not be seeing any boats getting stuck onto the line as we are 40 seconds away from the start. We see here very clearly that France is the boat which is the most lured, then Slovenia, Sweden, and Portugal. So Portugal has to be very careful here to not get squeezed out, as we have seen boats having to go around. Here we go. Very important for the Slovenian team here to get a good start, as they had a disappointing day yesterday, and I'm sure they are eager to put some points back up onto the leaderboard. So let's take a look here. It looks like Sweden is telling his skipper to keep on going. Oh, and I think that is Team France that has had to tack and is now on a port tack. So it looks like the start will be given here. There it is. That's the start, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like time on distance still could be better, as we've seen boats about 5 seconds late there onto the start. But of the boats that got a start, looks like Team Slovenia is the best start right there, even though they had to luff in order to avoid the pin end boat.
Oh.
And there is Team France getting a port side tack. Very interesting. It looks like 3 boats have already tacked, so perhaps that was deliberate from Team France to get a port side start right there.
Yeah, but we can see also the wind today is getting more shiftier than from the south, so the team should play the shift and should play the position themselves in the fleet.
And there we go. Perhaps that is the first playing of the shifts right there, as now Team France is on starboard crossing in front of Team Portugal. Portugal having to put a bow down to go behind France right there. It's looking like everything is okay. We see from the number 14 up there, very, very clear, even from the back camera. So very good communication right there on that Portuguese boat, as our bowman number 14 gives a very good indication and clear information right there to the helmsman.
We see interesting now that the Slovenians keep going to the left, and looks like they have a little bit of the lift that's where they are using now, probably waiting for the next shift just to cross all the fleet and maybe extend a bit of the lead and then try from a safe distance to control everyone, to push them where they don't want to be, actually.
Perhaps, yeah, right now it's looking kind of like Slovenia has put in the low mode, and they have put in gear number 6, 7, or 8, I don't know what it is, but they are cruising right now. After only 2 minutes of racing, Slovenia is 200 meters out, or 150 meters out in front of the others. So a very good start here now for Team Slovenia. This is where we expect them to be. Very strong and a very experienced boat. Very experienced sailors on this boat. So interesting. Slovenia has not tacked so far, as most of the other teams have already put in attack. It'll be interesting to see what happens as they put in attack right now. It looks as though that lead is just slightly diminishing now from 150 to 130 meters, but they are still out in front after 3 minutes of racing.
That we have to be patient too. Maybe they are waiting there also for the land effect. This is coming from a left land because we have a land on the left side, so they have to go in. So I'm sure they are playing and they are really seeing the situation and see what they can do the best in that. It's a little bit about like to have shifts, but the more you go left, the more land effect you have. So it depends on now the wind shift as well. So we see where the wind is more, and we see how they're gonna come up after the Slovenia gonna attack, if they are able to cross or not all the fleet. Yeah, we see a very nice picture now, all 4 boats in our screen. Yeah, we can see the tactics now, what they are doing. So Team Portugal, they are keeping with the fleet now. They are playing really safe. They try to keep as close as possible and probably to have the maximum speed you have. And it's really difficult here in these conditions with this swell and these waves to keep up with the speed. So all the maneuvers must be done with the maximum speed they have, so they don't slow the boat so much after attacks.
Yeah, absolutely, with those waves right there slowing the boats down. It's very funny to see sort of what the settings are on all of these boats, as I very eagerly looking at the settings on the jib and seeing where that jib cart is at. So very interesting to see that the boats are having to go through these waves, and all the power is needed, as we see here. The Portuguese team, everybody is on a rappel, or almost everybody is on a rappel, as Team Portugal right now is in 4th place, but they are the most, the boat off furthest to the right. And Slovenia still out in front, 165 meters. Now let's see what's happening here in the middle of your screen, as we see France and Sweden have decided to now tack over, and it looks like Portugal is going to cross in front of these 2 boats. So very interesting to see what's happening, and especially to have Slovenia stay out there on the left. There goes a big duck from Team France right there behind Portugal.
Am I seeing right that the Slovenia attacked on port? Oh, no, they still keep going.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's go to Raquel right now, as she is out on the water, and she'll have a good vision of what's going on. Raquel, what do you see going on out there on the water?
Jan, we are going upwind with the fleet. At the moment, we are close to Team Sweden and Team France, so we're on the right-hand side of the course. And, well, we're seeing, I would say, quite an even situation, maybe a little more shift on the right-hand side, even though we've seen Slovenia far down towards the coast doing quite well. on Team Slovenia yesterday didn't underperformed compared to what they did the week before, but they completely changed their team. So for a previous engagement, most of the teams had to go to the close island of Lanzarote for another event, but Vasily Zbogar, the captain, who was actually busy with some Olympic coaching last week, got back, and yesterday he was not helming, but today he's back at the helm, and probably that's where he should be, with Branko Birnčin calling the tactics. So we should expect great things from them, but at the same time they're racing in a very big fleet, strong fleet. What I see weather-wise is a similar situation in the water, so the swell is coming from northeast as well as the wind, and the sky is slowly getting cleared up, so the clouds are slowly letting the sun shine through. And that's it for now.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Raquel. Very interesting information there on the team change from the Slovenian team. Obviously, that's working out for them, being out in front. So very interesting. Two different tactics we see here as a team. Slovenia has decided to go in and do less attacks. And sort of for the time being, I think they've only put one tack in, and we see right there now extending their lead to almost 200 meters with Team Portugal, as it looks like the tactics on Team France and Sweden is to be able to play the shifts. So two different tactics, two different ways of going about. It looks as though right now the Slovenian boat, with their one and only tack going out left, is paying, as we see everybody right there pulling hard, getting their weight over the side. Remember, all those, we know how much they weigh. It's about 720 kilos right there of crew weight, trying to pull and keep that boat flat. So we see that it's quite a bit of movement there as they're going through the waves, and we've seen this before as the wind is coming out of the north. When they are on a port tack, like right now, the boat is more slamming into the waves than when they are on a starboard tack. So right now, some great images as we see the bow just planting through the waves there as this boat cruises upwind, and as they now are making it approximately halfway up the first beat.
Well, we've seen Slovenia having a very good start. They positioned themselves to be the most, the boat that is on the pin side, and they were not tacking. I think they were just keeping the speed, and it's working out. They went for the land effect on the left, which is a little bit cloudy, so you have it here. Now as it's getting a bit sunny, we can expect maybe more ships from a right, but the thing is that the ships here from a right, they are pretty short, so you cannot use them just to cross the fleet, as if you get the land effect, you can really go on port long, so that makes them to be much and much more in front now. So they're extending the lead basically by being calm.
By being calm, yes. Going far off to the left. And this is a discussion we had also in the previous rounds. If you go far to the left or far to the right, you can get those, well, on the left would be the land effect. And if you go far off to the right, you get the open sea, faster breeze, a little bit more less angle, but a little bit more pressure on the right. At least that's what we've been told. And so interesting to see that the Slovenian team went off to the left-hand side and benefited from that land effect. Here we are on board Team Portugal right now in second place, putting in attack. And it looks like they're going to cover Team France and Sweden. That is their objective. Looks like right now the Slovenian team, there's no point in them trying to go after the Slovenian team. They are too far ahead. So if now Portugal can place themselves between their opponents, France and Sweden, and get a second place and get some points up onto the leaderboard, well, that is all good news for them. Remember, we are 385 meters away from the windward mark, from our first windward mark. As the boats are coming together, we will have a better and better idea of who is in front. Obviously, for the time being, it looks definitely sure that Slovenia right now is out in front. Are they laying the mark? I'm not quite sure if they are on the ley line or not. As I would expect that they wouldn't want to put in another 2 tacks, so I suspect that they are actually on the ley line at 240 meters away.
Well, it seems their tactics are to keep really much up of the speed so they can, because we see the other team stacking so much, and as I'm telling you, in these waves you're stacking a lot, you're just slowing down your boat always and always, so it's very hard to keep up the speed after the tack. So especially if you maneuver, you started with a bit of less of the speed. So that was kind of interesting how they end up.
How they're ending up right now by putting in less tacks and really favoring the speed. There we go. We can barely see the oh, that must be the offset mark. So yeah, no, they were not laying the mark. That's 2 more tacks that are going to have to be put in by Slovenia. That's a very good thing for the rest of the fleet, as that will slow the Slovenian boat down and allow Portugal to be able to come back. So it looks as though, yeah, they were trying to lay the mark, but they couldn't. So bad news right there for Slovenia, as they really lost quite a bit of time in doing a double tack.
Well, they should be careful because there is some current here sometimes, and it's sometimes stronger, sometimes not so strong. So maybe that's why they couldn't make the mark. It might be the current that they pushed them down.
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps it was the current that would make sense right there, as the angles are quite open for the ley lines when we have that current that pushes in. We do have a couple meters worth of tide height differences between low and high tide, so that's quite a bit of water that's going out. But let's look right now as the Slovenian team are in the lead here, and they're hoisting their spinnaker, and it looks like a very nice hoist and drop for the Slovenian team. So having to put in a double tack at the windward mark, and that being losing a little bit of speed, but they had such a big advantage here as coming into the windward mark. That's really not an issue. Here is now Team Portugal going around the windward mark as they make their way to the offset. So this is going to be a crucial moment right now for Team Portugal. They need to have a very good hoist. There's no reason why it won't happen. Let's take a look here as the short sheet is onto the jib. They take the jib sheet off, put the new sheet. Oh no, there's oh no, that's no bueno. Right there, what happened? That's the spinnaker in the water. A lot of water coming out of that spinnaker, so that slowed the boat down. So a little bit of an issue right there, putting up the spinnaker as we saw it get pulled into the water. So they managed to get that out very quickly, but oh, unfortunate right there for Team Portugal. So losing some distance with Slovenia, now allowing France and Sweden to be able to catch up. They have a healthy lead right now on Team Portugal, but disappointing to see that spinnaker just slip out of the hands of the number 1 right there and get pulled into the water. We are seeing more wind and more waves than we've seen so far. So here we go now with Team France. Maximum power right there on putting that spinnaker up. See the grinders really putting in a lot of power to put it up. And it looks like we have an issue on Team France right there. So that was the short sheet that was put around the wrong way, and had the spinnaker sheet on the inside of the short sheet. So a little mistake right there from France, and that's going to cost them some speed as well. So we've been seeing little mistakes from Portugal, little mistake from France right there. Team Sweden right now, it looks as though they have managed to put their spinnaker up without any issues. So that's good news now for Sweden, as they will be able to put the pressure on France. So we're seeing some little mistakes, some small mistakes from some of the teams right here. We can't say that it was because they're new here and they're only their second race, because Portugal has been in many races, and that was just well, it happens. Sometimes it slips out of your hand. That happens. I'm sure France will not be making that mistake again, as they put the short sheet on the outside of the spinnaker sheet.
Yeah, you're very right. Like, we see now a very nice lead from Slovenia, which they are really recovering nice from yesterday. I think their mentality must be strong. They know what they come for, and if they didn't even succeed before, they are managing to come back like strong, and they show up what they are made from now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's great to see them back. And then, just like Raquel told us earlier, they have changed up their team a little bit. And as a matter of fact, Raquel, did you see what happened up there? Did those little mistakes have anything to do with the positioning? Has it really changed? Or are all the teams more or less still with the same distance between them? It might be Raquel, if you can hear me. I know it's hard. There's a lot of waves and wind out there. So as we wait for Raquel to give us some information, we here are looking at the overhead, and it looks as though Slovenia, there she is. I can hear you now.
Yes, I'm here. So Team Sweden had a very big issue with the kite. They hoisted it, but somehow the retriever was still hooked to something. So the kite was not actually full, and so was not doing its proper job of pushing the boat downwind. They have just fixed it, but this little mistake cost Team Sweden a lot of meters, because they rounded very close, very, very close to Team France. But now from my position, I almost cannot see Team France. I have to, yes, oh no, they're far away here on my right. So they're going more to the middle of the course, while Sweden is going more towards the port and the harbor. Yes, other than that, everybody else pulled a very good maneuvering up at the top mark, where I think the wind might have been a little more stronger than down at the bottom. But I think the tendency today is of the wind increasing. So we started on 7-8 knots, and we might see 10-11 later in the afternoon for the joy of the teams who will come later.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you very much for that information, Raquel. We did not see here on the screen what happened with Team Sweden. So very, very interesting information, as we did see problems for all the teams. Portugal, France now, and Sweden having issues putting up their spinnakers. So that's a Slovenian team right there. Did an excellent job putting up their spinnaker. No issues for them. So right now, Slovenia is having a perfect race, having the best start of all of them, making the least amount of tacks, except for perhaps that little double tack up at the windward mark, but they have such a big lead and making no mistakes. So this boat right here is just right now having a great race. A little mistakes from the other boats, and are putting them now very, very, very far behind, as we see a lead of 170 meters here now for Team Slovenia.
Well, everyone is doing mistakes. It's normal in sailing. So, but the less mistakes you make, like it makes you to have advantage, you know. So they should not worry about that. They just have to be careful that they are avoiding the big mistakes that might push them back of the fleet. So I think they don't worry about that double tag at all. So they just have to be sure they don't. They make a conclusion that there might be a current now. Was a high water, it's going out, so all the water is pushed out from the marina, so probably there's going to be less and less current now during the day. So, but right now they had it, so they're going to make the conclusion probably for the next of the days as well.
Yeah, and as we see right now, we are 630 meters away from getting down to the leeward gates. We've always seen these gates as being an issue for most of the teams. Now, it'll be interesting to see Team Slovenia as they get down to the leeward gates, as we have seen them do an impeccable race so far. All the maneuvers have been clean. So if they can pull a clean maneuver as they go around the gates, they should be able to extend their lead even further. 460 meters away from the gates. This is going to be a decisive moment for all teams. We see nice pressure right there. Very nice pressure right there in all of the spinnakers. It's great to see them so nice and full, as we've seen them sort of having a hard time filling up yesterday and the previous days as it was lighter. So, yep, very, very interesting as we get down 290 meters. So take a look right now. Let's, as we're looking on board here, as Team Portugal is closing in to the Slovenian boat. So now only 150 meter lead. It looks like we will be having also a change of course. Charlie minus green at 1 nautical mile at 040. So Charlie minus green, so they are making the race course a little bit shorter and moving the course, the buoy off to the right. Now, let's take a look at this so important moment right now, and let's take a look at what is going to happen. As they are about to bring the spinnaker down here on Team Slovenia. And there it is. So it looks like it was a windward drop. A very nice drop from them right there, taking their time, going around the leeward gate. Same thing with Portugal. Very nice drop. Look at the Portuguese boat as the spinnaker falls almost directly into the hatch. Excellent drop from Team Portugal, who manages to keep their speed and come out high. So Portugal right there, putting the afterburners on, managing to be able to catch up there on Team Slovenia. Team Slovenia playing it very safe, perhaps a little too safe, as the Portuguese boat right now only 10 seconds behind. And now we have 2 more boats that are going to be going around the gates. Let's take a look at what's going to happen when they get around the gates, because this could be decisive now for Team France and Team Sweden, as we will see them dropping their kites.
Yeah, we saw the Team Portugal found their own gust, and this makes them getting closer to Team Slovenia, and they're using it now to reduce the gap that they made it before. We've seen almost from 1 minute to 10 seconds. That's impressive. Now we see the Team French also putting their kites down.
Oh, looks like the grinders are having a hard time putting that spinnaker in right there. It looks like it's okay. Everything is in. So perhaps we see a split from Team France. Yes, we do. The French now have decided to go into to the left-hand side of the racing area.
It's gonna be interesting now what the 2 first teams are gonna do. Are they gonna keep up with France, so they don't want to be sure that the French get some more left, or if they're gonna be together going to the right. For sure, they know what's going on the water. We can only see the screen. We cannot really see how the wind now is moving, but it's gonna be interesting tactic. Oh, we see them attacking the
Very
Portuguese.
interesting. Are we going to see Team France doing exactly the same thing that we saw the Slovenian boat doing? But hold on, we have one more boat coming down to the... Here is Team Sweden. Let's see what is going on here on Team Sweden. It looks like the spinnaker is all inside the shrouds right there. Let's as long as it's not into the water. But it looks like chaos on that boat. Oh, spinnaker is in the water right there, so they're having a hard time putting that spinnaker down into the water. It looks like a manual drop. I do not see the retrieval line on any one of the winches, so a manual drop for Team Sweden, giving them a hard time. Luckily for them, they were able to sheet in. And it looks like from the trajectory that we see right there on Team Sweden, everything was okay. But wow, that was a scary moment right there for Team Sweden as they manually brought the spinnaker in, and I did not see the retrieval line. Perhaps something happened with that retrieval line. Here we go. Those are our two boats that are right now in the lead right there.
Yeah,
That's Team Portugal right there. Ooh, lots of heel on that boat. As they come out of that tack, they need to have people hiking right there. So it looked like a lot of heel, as right now we see the Portuguese team getting back out onto the rail. So right there, it looked like a difficult tack, perhaps getting into a little bit of a situation here as we see a little bit of house cleaning going on. So important, and that right there is the main sheet, that black rope right there. That's the main sheet, making sure it's not all tied up in the back. And the retrieval line that you're seeing is the orange one that's on the stern of the boat right there. So there goes attack right now from Team Slovenia as they're coming back and not leaving Portugal, France, and Sweden get out onto the left. So interesting right now to see Portugal deciding to go off to the right-hand side, perhaps now deciding to play the shifts and stay on top of the other boats. Great to see as well that blue sky.
Yeah, we can see a very nice tactics actually from Slovenia. They completely changed now as they have the Portuguese so close to them and the other boats are much more farther away. So with these shifty conditions, they are more secure that the others might catch up some distance, but probably not gonna pass them. So they are playing very nice tactics, totally different that we've seen in the first upwind. So yeah, they want to be sure that they're controlling the boat, and seems they push the Team Portugal on the left, and maybe they are feeling some more right side benefits now. So it's very interesting now from Team Slovenia what they are doing. Is they're adapting to the conditions very well. I would say, as you said, the sky is getting clear, so we might get a little bit more and more the right side benefit of that, and maybe less impact of the land effect. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting how they're gonna end up together after the Team Portugal gonna attack. They already did that. Yeah, that's cool.
I think, Victoria, that the best person to ask right now is Raquel. She's out on the water, and perhaps she can explain to us why now this change in tactics from the Slovenian team. So perhaps Raquel, she can see right now what's going on.
Yes, Jan.
Thank you.
I am right here, and I have seen a bit of a tacking duel, like old school match racing between Team Slovenia and Team Portugal. So as soon as one tacks, I mean, we're seeing it right now. So Team Slovenia is stacking because Portugal came back from behind, and they're replying by going again on the left-hand side. So this is what they're doing. They're covering each other, and Team Portugal is pushing really hard. Is pushing Team Slovenia to do more tacks so that maybe they could make a mistake in one of those tacks. but Team Slovenia is doing pretty well after the setup I told you about in the start. They got back to yesterday's setup, so Vasily is actually calling tactics and Branko is at the main shit. So they were happy with their afterguard yesterday, and they have definitely improved at the bow, because they have changed bowman and mid-bow. So it's so nice to be here. It's like almost being on the water with them on the boat. And well, look at Vasily is looking at the Portuguese. He doesn't want to let them go, but at the same time he's happy with where he's going. And as soon as Team Portugal will tack, they will mirror that maneuver. So this is really, exciting, really old school match race. We've seen this in the America's Cup back in the day so many times. So Portugal is tacking, and look at what Team Slovenia is doing. So this is those nice square and those nice lines you will see in the tracker, in the 2D tracker later on in the days. We're about 100 meters to the top mark, where the wind is coming from 40 degrees, and it's still on 8-9 knots, Jan.
Thank you very much, Akele. Like you said, very exciting here as we see the boats coming together and a nice tacking duel right now. It looks like this is interesting. Is this going to be slowing down the leaders here as they go into a tacking duel between Slovenia and Portugal? It seems as though Slovenia right now has had the upper hand, wanting to keep the right-hand side, and they keep on pushing Portugal off to the left. So it seems as though Slovenia has found something on the right-hand side, which is putting them in front. Here we go. They're going to put in attack and force Portugal to go back to the left-hand side as they are about to cover Portugal. So it looks like Slovenia right now is doing everything they can in order to be able to keep the right. As you see, Portugal hiking out as far as they can right now, but it looks like Portugal perhaps is going to have to put in attack in order to go back to the left-hand side. So a big battle right now between the Slovenian boat and the Portuguese, as the Portuguese are currently covered and allowing for Team France and Sweden to be able to slowly come back up. We are 450 meters away from the mark as we see right now these two boats sailing side by side. Portugal being able to come back and catch up with the Slovenian boat. So we have a battle on our hands here as we get up to the second windward mark. Now remember, we said it was going to be a Charlie minus green, so that means that the race course has been shortened and we will be arriving to that so dangerous pink mark right there as we get up towards windward. And we see there's a big difference in angle from the Slovenian team being able to put in a high mode, and Portugal having to go low to keep their speed as they are in the wind shadow of the Slovenian team. But anything could happen here as we get to the windward mark. This is this famous mark where you don't have an offset mark, you don't have a dog leg, you won't have time to necessarily be able to prepare yourself to put up the spinnakers. So as we see a split going on here for Portugal, it's looking harder and harder. Portugal has no choice but to keep going to get onto the ley line. Here we go, both boats are now onto the ley line. So some pretty big losses, shall we say, for Portugal in just the last couple hundred meters. Now, let's see what's going to happen here. Anything could happen. Team Slovenia, for the time being, has had absolutely no issues.
Yeah, the Team Portugal, they expected the Team Slovenia to made some mistakes, but they didn't make, so they are still in the lead. And now we're going to see how they're going to take this mark. The windward mark without the offset marks. There's going to be a lot of maneuvers here. Yeah, they are putting up, they're hoisting up the spinnaker.
With a big bearaway right there. So a very helpful and big bearaway from the skipper right there, Vasily. Here goes Team Portugal. That looks like hard work up there for the number one. So no issues now as the Spinnaker has a good hoist. But you see right there, the bearway was not quite as big on this boat, so it's making it very difficult and tough for the grinders and for everybody on board. However, perhaps Portugal being able to get a little bit more speed as they did not bear away as much as the Slovenian boat. So that's always difficult to know whether you bear away, make it easy on your crew and lose a little bit of speed. It seems as though the Slovenian boat right now, as we've seen also on some other boats all week long, the boats that are taking the most care and putting the least amount of pressure on their crews are the ones that are actually making the least amount of mistakes. So right now, Slovenia, as we saw the drop and as we see the hoist, really some big bearaways in order to have clean drops, a little bit slower but clean, so they're still out front, as Portugal is having to make some difficult maneuvers in order to be able to catch up. And this is the last downwind that we will be seeing of the races. Here comes Team France now, up here at the windward mark, this pink buoy that we said, let's see what happens. Now let's take a look here, as no issues right there. So there was no problem right there with the short sheet and the Spinnaker sheet. So learned from that mistake. A very good fast hoist from Team France right there, putting a distance on the Swedish team. Right there, we heard that Sweden this morning was saying they were looking for some speed on the windward, and perhaps they found it, but it looks like Sweden right now is having a difficult time coming back and catching up to the others, as they are already at past 2 minutes behind the leaders to get up to the windward mark. Now let's take a look at our leaders right here. This is the second place boat, but they're fighting for the lead here between Portugal and Slovenia, only 85 meters in it. So Slovenia making some very nice, safe moves, and they are staying out in front, as Portugal is turning up the heat and trying to do everything they can to be able to attack the Slovenian boat.
Wow, we've seen them making like some miracles, huh?
It's they're coming back from far away. Remember how far they were in the first windward, and how close they have been able to come right now. But Portugal, even though they're putting on the pressure, is not able for the time being to catch up to the Slovenian boat. So let's see what happens now, as Portugal will try to roll over the Slovenian boat. For the time being, Slovenian boat having the advantage of being on the inside, as when we see a jibe, they should not be impacted. But let's see what happens. Remember, this is Team Portugal. Portugal that managed to do an amazing comeback. A huge remontada from Team Portugal in the last round to be able to come from last place, 500 meters behind, to being able to take the win. And right now they're only 85 meters behind the Slovenian boat, so Slovenian boat has got to watch out, as the Portuguese are currently on fire and trying to do everything they can to attack the Slovenian boat. As a matter of fact, right now we see Portugal bringing it down. We're only at 70 meters, and it looks like Portugal right now is being able to attack the Slovenian boat. As we see, we are now down to 60 meters. So here comes Team Portugal, perhaps rolling over Slovenia. And as we come down now to 50 meters only, so they have now in the last 30 seconds been able to drop down the lead of the Slovenian boat to only 40 meters, as we see them in a nice fast and low mode. So this is very good. Raquel is only meters away. Raquel, what is going on out there? This is very exciting.
It is very exciting indeed. So the Slovenian played an amazing upwind from the books of match racing, and the match race is keep on going in the downwind and in match racing when you don't have too much of a margin with your opponent, then you are in the worst situation when you're ahead because they're coming from behind, and this is what Portugal is doing. It's coming strong, steady. And wait. Slovenia is now jibing, is not happy of the position because Team Portugal there was gaining too much. And I expect Afonso Domingos, so the helmsman of Team Portugal, to do the same maneuver and do not let the Slovenian go away. But now Afonso looks like he's happy of the way his boat is going and is proved to be a very excellent helmsman. Downwind is actually very confident. You see him surfing the waves, getting the waves. I mean, Team Portugal is a very, very solid team. Oh, here comes the jibe from Team Portugal. So they're not letting Slovenia go away too much. I don't see from my point of view where the finish line is. I'm trying to look for it. We're still too far, but I mean, what we're seeing is an amazing race. It's a two-team race. This one, Team France is not too far back, while Team Sweden is really in the back, unfortunately for them. So, match racing, Jan, match racing, amazing, fantastic, very exciting.
1,300 meters left until we get down to the leeward gate, and only 54 meters in it. So Portugal managing to bring back that lead of 80 meters down to 40. Now it is 54. As you were talking about Team France. Team France is 330 meters back behind, and Sweden is 600 meters behind the leaders right now. So as we take a look here at the Swedish onboard right now, it looks like, wow, they are cruising. So definitely have some speed here on the Swedish boat as we see them coming down the race course. And Portugal, I see now only 30 meters in it. So Portugal again putting on, turning up the heat right there as we are 1,100 meters away and only from the finishing line, and only 27, 25, 24, and it's coming down. So right now it looks like Team Portugal is able to put into a high mode right now and catch up to the Slovenian boat.
The Team Portugal really nicely playing the high and low mode, so then we were on top of Slovenia. They want to be sure they cover them as much as possible to slow them down. They made a nice job. They found a good speed, played in high and low modes to slow down the Slovenia. So in this case, Slovenia made their decision to jibe and to try to keep up again with the speed, as the Portugal was affecting them too long. They slowed down too much. So now the Team Portugal, they are still having just 30 meters like from Slovenia, but they are now the starboard boat. So the crossing will be interesting between these two boats, and it's gonna be interesting what they're gonna do. The Team Slovenia probably they're really trying to make their decisions to keep their head calm, and they want for sure to finish in front, but it's very hard. It's very hard in these conditions to keep with that, and it's just especially when the other team is downwind after you. They want to be sure they catch you up, and it's making very hard for the Team Slovenia to keep up with the lead. But yeah, I'm sure they have a good tactic there, and they are doing their best.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if actually either one of these teams are able to, on the 3D, able to go straight to the finishing line, or do they still have to put in a couple of jibes? So we have only 680 meters left until we get down to the finishing line. If Portugal can make it straight, then this could be perhaps a win now for Portugal. We'll see what happens. Perhaps they can make it straight down to the finishing line, or do they both have to jibe? I have the impression from seeing the leeward gates that there we go. So know. It looks like both teams perhaps will have to jibe. Probably both teams will have to put in one more jibe or two, actually two, in order to be able to get down. So it's going to be a jibing battle, which is going to take them down to the end right now. For Portugal, they are putting in a low mode. So this is sort of just the moment right now as the predator is just hiding in the grass right now, ready to pounce on its prey. Portugal right now very calm and just waiting in order to be able to get to be able to attack the Slovenian boat. And right now it looks like we've just had a leader change, or it's about to be. So very, very close here for Portugal. It is going to be a very exciting last couple hundred meters, as we are only 400 meters away, and Portugal is managing sometimes to catch, right now has caught up to the Slovenian boat. So it's neck and neck for both of these boats, as they still need to put in two jibes to get into the finishing line. There it is, that's the finishing line. So Slovenia is about to put in a jibe at any moment. Is Portugal going to be able to cover Slovenia as they come in front? Remember, Portugal is starboard. Slovenia, as they come towards Portugal, will be on port. Anything could happen. 250 meters right now until we get to the finishing line. Here goes Slovenia. So Slovenia now going past the ley line, or just on it, as they put in a jibe, as these two boats will now come together. Is Portugal going to put in a high mode and start to directly attack the Slovenian boat? Looks like we have a little bit less pressure down here. Slovenia went low in order to be able to. So no, right now Portugal is putting in a jibe, so they are not going to be going on a port and starboard situation right now between the both of them. But can Portugal have enough speed now to be able to make it to the front? Slovenia now looks like they have carried more speed. So Slovenia is a little bit lower, as we see the jury right there, staying right behind. 92 meters in it as we're getting down to the finishing line. This is going to be very, very close. Will Portugal be able to roll over the top of Slovenia, or does Slovenia now have the 10 meters that it takes in there for them to be able to come down over the line? And here goes Portugal as they're coming down, and Slovenia is coming down at the same time. This is going to be neck and neck. It looks like Portugal is just about to go in front, and it perhaps is so close. Not able to tell what's happening right there. They don't even know on the boat what's happening. Perhaps it was Portugal, perhaps Slovenia. That is the closest finish that we've had so far. So it looks like Portugal is, wow, unbelievable. That was a close one. Raquel, you're on the water. Raquel, what did you see? Do you have any info?
That was very nice.
Oh, sorry, we're just here. Yes, that was very close. That was probably less than a meter, but it was Portugal. They did it again, Jan. They're celebrating this victory as if it was. Look at them. You did it again, guys. They're celebrating like it is the last race of the round. But yes, it was a tough one, and they both teams played it perfectly, no mistakes on the tactical side. But hey, I mean, Afonso is a great helmsman, especially downwind. Anybody coming next week should, if Portugal stays, but they should be afraid of Afonso Domingos at the helm of Team Portugal, especially downwind.
That was unbelievable, that catch up. Another great attack, as we saw Portugal putting on the pressure on the Slovenian boat. So the Slovenian boat staying nice and calm, but the aggressivity on the Portuguese boat allowed them to be able to catch up to them. as we see Portugal made that huge comeback. Wow, what a comeback, and this is only the first race of the day. Team France has just gone through the finishing line as we are looking right now at the Swedish team that is now gone through the finishing line. So, very interesting here what happened. There was just nothing in it, as we see only 1 second difference between the Portuguese boat and the Slovenian boat. As I get information, it is confirmed Portugal, Slovenia, France, and Sweden. That is the finishing order here for fleet number 4. So perhaps we will now get the points standings here for this race right here. So as we see, as we're waiting for that to appear, and show you also what is the overall in terms of the points. So there it is. We said Portugal 4 points, Slovenia 3, France 2, Sweden 1. And now let's take a look, as we will soon get the information. But before we give you that all information and find out who is leading this fleet number 4, let's go with an interview from Raquel on the water, as she is speaking probably to one of the Portuguese.
Okay, so Joao, we're live with the studio. You just said "Mamma mia," which is not exactly a Portuguese expression, but I think it's an international one to just prove how surprised you were.
Well, yeah, you have to understand that it's the second time I'm on the boat, and today I had different positions. I was more on the front of the boat, helping them, and it was so exciting. I'm so proud of them. They made a wonderful job, and everything just went smooth. Yeah. And we were fast.
Yes, well, it went smooth, Joao, but you're optimistic because, I mean, going upwind, it was a big fight, especially in the second bit. A big match racing fight.
Yeah.
And then again, downwind. And, I mean, what worked well, you think? I mean, I think Afonso is just an amazing helmsman downwind.
Well, I think the whole team is working as a whole. And, well, of course, Afonso is like a genius. But anyway, he needs the crew to go with him. And we were just going with the waves, and everybody was working correctly. And it was so wonderful. I mean, yeah, what a feeling.
You didn't realize you actually won until a few seconds after,
well,
right?
We're getting used to it, like in the previous round. It's never until you finish the crossing line. So,
well, you're proven to be a very strong team. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the support.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you very much for that interview with Joao Rodrigues, captain of the Portuguese team. Now let's take a look. Here it is, the provisional overall. So Portugal, of course, is leading with a huge lead. 8 points for Portugal, and Slovenia, Sweden, and France are all tied up at 4 after 2 races. So very exciting right now. This is looking very, very good for Portugal, as we are getting ever so much closer to the golden day. Remember, race number 4, which is in 2 days, if we can keep on sailing, if the wind will let us do so, will be worth double in points. So very safe right now for Team Portugal, as they put in 2 wins and get 8 points on the leaderboard. So
I believe the team
great.
Portugal, they want to show that it was not a success the last downwind. They got into the next round, so they are now showing up their level. So I think it's great to see this from them, and they are like really doing their job now.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, I think you're right. They just want to prove to everybody that it wasn't just luck that got them into this round. And yeah, they're obviously doing a great job. I mean, they put on the heat on the second half, I would say, of the race, on their second windward beat, as well as on the last leeward. So very exciting. I hope you enjoyed that race right there. We have a lot more coming up for you here, as the next race will be Fleet number 1, where we will be seeing the USA, Argentina, Hungary, and Malaysia. We expect big things from the Malaysian boat, as we have seen them leading over and over again for the last 2 rounds as they came up from the 32nd of the finals. So yesterday they had a little bit of a disappointing day. Remember yesterday, same thing with Slovenia. Slovenia managed to get out there today. So it'll be very exciting to see what Malaysia is going to be able to show up and show and do for us today.
It's going to be exciting race, I'm pretty sure. Now we have this nice wind. It's still keeping back more than 5 knots, so they're going to make sure the tactics are like smart. They're going fast, the maneuvers are clean, and that's the potential to finish in front of everyone.
And on those words, Victoria, thank you very much for being here with me and commentating. It was very nice to get your insight and local knowledge. And for all of you that are out there, make sure you follow us here on the SSL Gold Cup website, of course, on Facebook and Instagram. And right now we are going to take a little bit of break, and we'll be right back. But before we're back, let's take a look at the highlights. See you very soon in just a couple minutes.
A meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to laser radio, which is now Ilka 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keel boat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floaters, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist world champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There's so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
Ooh, that is you again.
You again?
Yeah, sing your favorite song. Sing your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that.
Yeah.
We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay. Yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you give your girlfriend tulips? Always.
Always
tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah.
No, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby, and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. 1 on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are about to start a race number 2 for fleet number 1 right now. I am joined here in the studio with Victoria Andrulite. Victoria, hello. Very nice to have you here with me for a race, for the second race of the day.
Yeah, hello, Jan, and hello, everyone, again.
So, before we get this underway and we go out onto the water, let's take a look at the highlights from the first race, fleet number 4. Welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is the first day of racing here at the 8th of the finals, where we saw 8 new teams joining the fleet. The new teams are the USA, Argentina, Poland, Brazil, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, and France. Race 1 of Fleet 1 saw a very exciting start as the US boat managed to get the most amount of speed and get the best start. Team Malaysia stayed stuck on the line and actually never managed to recover from this disappointing start. So it was a 3-boat race between Argentina, Hungary, and the USA, as Argentina managed to stay out in front and keep their lead until the end. Hungary finished second, third was the USA, and Malaysia fourth.
Yes, it was very tricky. I was very nervous. The first day I drive the boat, but with this team they made it easy. I'm very happy won the first race.
So those were the highlights of this fleet, but from yesterday. And now let's take a look at the team comparisons of Fleet 1, which is racing, which is out on the race course right now. Top left, United States, the Golden Eagles, SSL ranked number 4 team, weighing in 723 kilos. Captain of that team is James Golden. To the right of him, Argentina, the Condors, SSL ranked number 20th, weighing in at 706 kilos. They are the lightest team out there today. Captain of the team, number 3, Alejandro Cola. And to the bottom left is the Hungarians, the Shamans, SSL ranked number 13th. Team weight, 717 kilos. And captain of the team, Zsombor Berec. Bottom right, Malaysia, the Monsoons, SSL ranked number 47, weighing in at 723 kilos. Captain of the team, Megat Daniel. And now let's listen in to the team's national anthems.
Via! Via! Hungaria! Via! Via! Hungaria! Via!
And those were the team national anthems. Now let's go and take a look at who is on the boats here for the team United States, as we have in the pitman James Golden. He is the captain of the team. He is a world champion of the under 25 in the 505 class, as well as world champion in the under 23 class for the Finn. We have also as a trimmer CJ Perez. She was the first woman of the Sail GP American boat to ever go on to that boat. She has a silver medal in the second Sail GP season. She now sails on Wasps, so a big change for her, going from fast foiling boats to these fast multi-person big team boats. As we go through to the next team, Argentina, we have the main trimmer Alejandro Juan Cola. He has a world championship. He was first at the world and has 2 times been the second at the Worlds for the TP52 class, as well as a trimmer Victoria Travasio. She is an Olympian. She finished 5th in the 49ers FX class. So some Olympic experience right there, as well as a big boat world class. Next boat, we have the Hungarian boat. The captain Zombor Berec, he was at the Olympic Games in the Finn. He has a silver medal in that class, as well as on the mainsail. Marcel Goschlet, he is an Olympian in the 40-70 class. The next boat is Team Malaysia with the captain Megat Daniel, as we have several people here that have been to the Olympics, such as Nurai Shia, who is an Olympian, went to Tokyo in the 470s women class, as well as Asri, who is 7th in the 2014 for the Youth Olympic Games, and a 3-time Olympian is Kairar Nul Izam. So a lot of experience on the Malaysian board, right there. As we now take a look at the provisional overall, we've only done one race here with fleet number 1. So Argentina is in the lead with 4 points. Hungary second with 3. United States in third with 2 points. And Malaysia bringing up the rear with 1 point. So like we said earlier, we've seen Malaysia do extremely well in the last rounds. As a matter of fact, twice being the leader of the teams, of all the teams that we're qualifying. So we expect great things from the Malaysian boat. Let's see what is going to be happening out there. To the bottom right of your screen are our match officials, and we are looking at the race committee right now with the orange flag up. That is the racing start line between the bigger and the 2 boats in the middle, 2 motorboat, the white motorboats right there. Now, here we go. This is what we are seeing on our virtual camera right now, as we see Team Malaysia and Argentina coming in closer to the United States boat. Hungary staying off to the left, so perhaps they have a little bit of a different tactics on that Hungarian boat. Perhaps we might see tack start for the Hungarian boat. Let's see what's happening. 30 seconds. Yes, the Hungarian boat is coming on port. Here is Team Malaysia right there with the USA just right in front of them. As we see the Hungarian boat perhaps wanting to come into the committee boat. It looks like that's what the Hungarian boat is doing. 16 seconds left to go. Looks like the Americans are a little too early, as it looks like Malaysia right now has the boat stopped. So a great port side start right now for the Hungarian boat, as time on distance right now sees Hungarian boat manage to get the best start. Is that a clear start or not? Perhaps on the I will have that information for you, but that looked very, very tight down there for the American boat as well as the Malaysian boat. So best start right now is the Hungarian boat managing to come in on a port tack and go towards the committee boat. So a dangerous start, but I've been told that's a clear start. So good start for all boats right there. And that's an epic start right there for the Hungarian boat, taking the lead after only 40 seconds of racing.
We've seen like all the other three teams except the Hungarians, they were like lining up so early, and then they had to stop their boat just right before the start because there was still enough time, a lot of time before to cross the starting line, which now the Team Hungarian having a lead because they crossed the starting line with the most speed, and it's a very difficult position for Team Argentina, as they had a really difficult start, having no speed at all. They were between two boats, USA and Malaysia, which is putting them in a really hard position now to catch up, because the speed is the king here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Argentina was completely covered by the US boat and as well as the Malaysian boat, so not such a great start difficult start for Argentina. And we just saw them tacking over to be on a port tack right now. So almost all boats right now are on port except for the American boat. Right now, our leaders are the Hungarian team, as we are on board here with Team Malaysia, managing to put in an early tack right there. Now we are very interested in seeing what Malaysia can pull out today. As we've said it over and over again, Malaysia has been sailing extremely well. Just had a little bit of a hard time, a little difficult day, down day for them yesterday. It seems like yesterday was difficult for everybody out on the water.
We can see the Team Malaysia, how focused they are to keep their speed in these waves, to bear away and to have a high mode after they have a lot of speed. So they try to probably keep also a bit lower, but at the same time to use every single acceleration to get a little bit of the high mode and to be much more in front. As they are catching up on the Team Hungarians, we see, so they are very focused.
Yeah, Victoria, it's interesting to look at the Hungarian team right there, as we don't really see, well, I was just about to say they're not hiking. And there they all drop down. So looks like a little bit more pressure now coming in as they're getting up a little bit higher into the top hand side of the race course, as we see lighter winds as they are closer to shore, and a little bit more breeze as they get up towards the windward mark.
Yeah, we see now the Team Hungarians, their tactics are now to go to the right side, and maybe they are seeing something there, more wind, or they're going, maybe the start, it seemed like it was a little bit slight, the wind shift from the left, so that's probably why the Team Hungarians made the start on port.
I believe that there's about 6 to 7 knots down towards the race committee, as we probably closer to 10 knots as we get up towards the windward mark. The race course is still at 1 nautical mile, so we have the same amount of wind that we saw earlier, and the race course axis is at 040 north, which means that we have a steady wind in direction and in strength which is a good thing to know, as we should be seeing these teams being able to turn and burn as soon as they get up to the windward mark. That's a 52-meter lead right there for the U.S. boat on Argentina. So this is a 3rd and 4th place boat. Here we are on board with the Argentinian boat.
Yeah, they're trying to keep their speed, because if you don't have a speed here, and we mightly saw that there is a little bit of the current, and if you are really trying to go this high mode, it's just like it makes your boat to slow down, and these waves are slowing you down, and it makes just the boat drifting, which you don't want for sure. And to catch up every single wind gust and wind shift is a really good benefit for the team that managed to have it in their sails. Yeah, we see that Team Argentina, even if they are the leeward boat of the Team USA, they're getting a little bit closer, so the wind is a little bit probably patchy and not so much, but everyone is sailing between. Now they're probably focusing on between the fleet control and the wind they are having, so it's really difficult to know what to do. And yeah, you want to have more wind, you want to have a better shift, but you have to see where the other teams are going as well.
Well, let's find out what's going on out on the water. Let's go and speak with Raquel, who will be able to confirm what we are saying in terms of wind pressure. And as we see, the sun has now come out, giving us some great shots. So Raquel, what's going on out there on the water?
The sun is shining, Jan, and it's getting warm out on the race course. Like you said, there's a bit more pressure up here towards the top mark, and the swell is also getting slightly bigger, and there's also some mixed chops as well. So it's kind of annoying for us on an engine boat, but I mean, these boats are cutting through like it was melted butter. So it's been an interesting start, quite different from the one they had yesterday. I mean, it's great to see Malaysia getting back in the games after 2 great weeks. But at the same time, it was really sad to see Argentina, after the great performance of yesterday, having such a bad start. I think with the sun shining like this, we might expect the wind turning a little bit on the right towards the day, as the day goes on. And but at the moment, it looks quite even. On the race course, we always have our ferry friend Ocean Dive on the big blue ferry. Oh yes, and the fleet is the only boat on our side of the big ferry is actually the Hungarian team. They're hiking out very powerfully. They want to try and flatten that boat. We are still far from the mark, and now that we are over the bow of the big ferry, we can't see just one of the other teams. So the ferry is actually right in the middle of the course. It's an obstacle for everybody, but it is definitely an obstacle to us for our vision.
There it is. That is the Ocean Diamond, the ferry you were talking about. And these waters right here are, we have a lot of sailing that is going on in here, or shall we say we have a lot of transport boat. It's a very big harbor close to where we are, and so some of these boats here, well, that is their position where they are anchored. That's not a problem, however, because it's the same thing for all teams, and as we've seen in the previous days and previous races, that has posed no issue whatsoever. As a matter of fact, some of the teams using that to their advantage. So here we are looking at a drone shot right now above the Hungarian team, as we see everybody really pulling hard, like you were saying. Rachele, everybody is pulling real hard right there, making sure that boat is flat. And there we go. We see it's the same thing on the Argentinian team right now. So Hungary not so far away from Malaysia. And let's take a look at that. Our new leader now is Malaysia. So Malaysia finding some speed and pulling out in front. So we said that today Malaysia had to do something, and there we are. So Malaysia has found their mojo, and they are back into the game. As a matter of fact, they are currently leading here in the first beat. So this is the position where we expect to see the Malaysian boat, and this is where we've seen them time and again, up out in front. This is the Malaysia we know right here. So great to see them out there. Now let's see what happens as the Hungarian boat comes back in. Will Malaysia be able to keep that lead that they have right now as we see it diminishing between the Hungarian boat and Malaysia? Remember, Malaysia just came out of attack, so they got to get their speed back up. Here we go. This is going to be a very interesting cross. Remember, Hungarian boat is on starboard. Will Malaysia be able to pass out in front? This is the situation right now. It kind of looks like on the tracker that the Malaysian boat has just picked up a shift right now. It looks like Malaysia will pass clear in front of Hungary. So a left-hand shift, getting a lift from Malaysia, a header for the Hungarian boat.
Well, it seems Team Hungary let them to split and they didn't really control it, and that the Malaysians use it as a benefit, and now they have a slightly left shift, and they're using it to cross the Team Hungary, and that's really nice to see from them to recover so good. And it's really, they probably have really good feeling now, the wind and the pressure and the shifts, and they're using it. It's after the start that no one has the speed except the Hungarians. They managed to catch it up very fast and stay close to the Team Hungary, and now we see them in the lead.
84 meter lead right there for the up to 100 meters right now for Malaysia. So that lift that they just got as they tacked, that was a very big help for them. So Malaysia right now putting in a very big lead as they're coming in to the windward ley line here. There you go, we see right there. We see the windward mark. Now remember, Slovenia had to put in a double tack as they were influenced by the current, as the current was pushing them down. The current here is always going from the north, or not always, but currently is going from the north of the racetrack towards the south. And looks like Malaysia took that into account. And here comes Malaysia right now as they go around in first place.
Hike out, hike out, hike out, hike out,
hike out, hike out, hike out. It's great to hear them. That on board is just absolutely fabulous, and especially to be able to hear what they're saying. So let's take a look right here as Malaysia is about to hoist the kite. Let's listen in. It's a fast horse right there for the Malaysian team. It just doesn't look like that spinnaker is quite full yet. So a good hoist right there. Good fast hoist as we see the Hungarians coming in behind them. Let's see what happens here. Looks like a very, very fast hoist for the Hungarian team as the spinnaker is immediately full right there. So perhaps, even though they are 24 seconds behind them, perhaps they have managed to make up a little bit of ground, as the USA and Argentina have not yet made it to the windward mark. As we see there, a big lead right there over the two teams, USA and Argentina. So, Malaysia and Hungary out in front, 24 seconds. Here we see Team USA getting used to the boat. Remember, all of these, most of the guys that are sailing on these boats right here are used to sailing either by themselves or perhaps with just one more person on their boat. So right now, having to work with 9 people on board and figuring out who does what is proving to be a challenge for them. And it looks like, oh no, they've wrapped the they've had a little bit of an issue right there on that right grinder right there. Looks like, oh, they're still having issues, so they're not able to put up their spinnaker quite as fast as they wanted to. It's a manual hoist right there for the number 1 or the pit. I don't know who's. Perhaps it is the floater that was pulling that one up. So all sorts of issues for Team USA putting up their spinnaker. As we see now, Argentina just about to hoist. So Argentina is hoisting right there. Looks like a good fast hoist for Team Argentina. This is an opportunity for them to come back and catch the American boat, as they definitely lost grounds going around the offset mark and not able to put up their spinnaker. So a couple of little issues right there with that boat. That's just you know, early gremlins right there, trying to work it out and figure out the boat and how to work. It's quite complicated to figure out the timing on these big boats, and of course a lot of pressure on those lines. So good thing we didn't see anybody get hurt and any fingers get caught in those winches, because there is a lot of pressure on those lines.
Yeah, we can see that the start is really important, but at the same time you can also recover from a bad start. But to have a good start with the speed, it's a benefit for sure. And it makes you potentially be in front. So that's the Team Hungarians. Even if they made slightly some mistakes in the upwind, they are still now in the 2nd place. No, they're doing now the jibe. So let's see what the Team Malaysia are gonna respond or no. As for sure, is a lot of pressure for the first boat, as the hours are trying to cover you. They're sailing after you. The wind is coming from top, and they're just like, they have ability to cover them, the first boats.
Opportunities perhaps right now as we see Hungary put in that first jibe and decide to come back towards the middle of the race course as Malaysia keeps on sailing on. Is Malaysia going to jibe as well, or are they going off to the left-hand side? For the time being, here on the tracker, we see that Malaysia is going straight. Now perhaps they just want to get away from the Hungarian boat before they actually put in a jibe, and it looks like that is the case. So Malaysia putting in the jibe right now, and good teamwork right there on getting that little squash and giving it a little bit more power, as Team Malaysia now getting further down the race course where we see a little bit less pressure. Remember, there's about a 3 knots difference between the top of the race course and the bottom of the race course. So it's going to be all about being very delicate right now. But Malaysia with a good 100-meter lead right now on top in front of the Hungarian boat. So Team Hungary, as you see right there, 120 meters back, and followed behind is the Argentinian boat, USA, and then Argentinian boat. So 300-meter lead they have right there, the Hungarian over the United States. And then it's close again. So we have a battle for first and second, and then a battle for third and fourth.
Oh, we see the teams that they just joined all these rounds. They are struggling to read the wind probably, to feel the waves as well, because it's really choppy and it's not easy to get used to that, and they need a little bit of time and to train and to sail in these conditions to make sure they are setting up everything to sail fast. So yeah, probably they are trying their best as well to try to get because as Team Malaysia and Team Hungary, they already have some more experience. That's why they are in such a big lead now compared to the two other teams, USA and Argentina. So it's gonna be maybe interesting really tomorrow how they are able to make conclusion.
Absolutely. These two teams right here that are out in front have been here now for a while. As we take a look here, and we see a jibe being put in by the Hungarian team. Earlier, I was looking at the facial expressions, body language here on this Hungarian boat. They look very, very worried about the Malaysian boat. And they were very constantly looking over to see what was happening with that Malaysian boat. So it looks like right now they're coming back to attack the Malaysian boat and perhaps be able to diminish the lead of the Malaysian boat. But it looks like there is nothing they could do. Malaysia is on a roll right now and still 100 meters out. So Hungarian boat being able to sort of close the gap little by little. We'll see if they can keep on doing that. And looking like right now Hungary is managing to close the gap. We are only at 90 meters as we speak.
That's for sure. Once you get this feeling of your boat going fast, you want to keep it, but they are always looking back where the other teams are. So, but the focus and should be really high, and I'm pretty sure these waves
are tough.
They are tough for sure for them.
And perhaps let's go back out onto the water as we have Raquel, which has a better vision of what's going on the water. No, I've been told that right now it's not possible to speak with Raquel. I hope she's okay. I'm sure she is.
Well, she just said before that the waves in the motorboat, might affect her a little bit of the seasick. It's pretty hard. So actually, the reason you'll have to move here, as they are staying with the motorboat, they are really affected by that. So
yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to be able to be out there in these sea states on the motorboat as they bob around sort of left and right, and of course, the inside the cabin and not getting fresh air. But let's concentrate here on the sailboats as we are 430 meters away from getting down to the leeward gates. Now look at this. The Hungarian boat is right on the tail of Team Malaysia. So as we are going to get here down to the leeward gates, we'll see what happens, because now the pressure is on Malaysia. So let's see how Malaysia is going to cope with the pressure. We know it is so important for this Malaysian team to absolutely get a win, as yesterday they were in 4th place and only put one little point on the leaderboard. So the pressure is on. Look at that. You can just see the top of the mast of the Hungarian boat just breathing down their neck. That is an awesome picture right there.
Well, it's really painful for the first boat that is less wind down the course, and the other teams are covering you, so it's slowing down. That's a lot. So that's really important after you take the mark.
Is that a jibe? Is that a jibe going in right there for the Hungarian boat? So Hungary looks like they're jibing, and Malaysia is matching 130 meters now before we get down to the gates. This is going to be an exciting gate rounding. Perhaps we will see a split here as the Hungarian boat looks like they jibed early and are perhaps going off to one of the opposite gates. Now let's take a look at the drop here for Malaysia, as they have to do a windward drop. That is a very difficult drop to do, but they're doing a great job managing to put that spinnaker right into the hatch. So that's a very good drop for the Malaysian boat right now, as we see Team Hungary doing the same thing. Good drop for Team Hungary as they go simultaneously around. Oh, looks like Malaysia right there does not have any speed. What is going on?
They took more favorite, Mark, that they don't have a speed now, so that's a good for Team Hungarian.
Perhaps they're going a little bit high and a little high as they exit out of that for Malaysia right there. So Malaysia having a tough time managing to get their speed back up, but if that is the case, that means there's a left-hand shift and Malaysia is on the left-hand side, so this is tactically a very good thing for Malaysia. Let's see if they can make this happen, even though they didn't manage to come out of that mark rounding with enough speed. As you can see, they really slowed down as perhaps coming out just a little bit high out of that jibe around the mark. So very interesting as we see a game of snakes and ladders once again. Here we are on board with Team USA as we get down to the leeward gates. Now let's see if these leeward gates will be a little bit friendlier for them. It looks like there's a lot of lines everywhere on that boat. Let's hope that nothing gets caught up as they try to drop the spinnaker right there with the drop line. And it's a tough drop. The spinnaker is in the water right there. So spinnaker in the water for Team USA as they drop, finally managing to get it in there, but that definitely slowed them down. So having to figure out the boat and exactly how they have to bring that spinnaker in, and it is a very difficult thing to do. And look here, oh, so much pressure on the Argentinian boat right there, trying to get that spinnaker in. And you know, it's really the only way that you can get that spinnaker in clean is it has to be a timing issue with when you decide to drop. So the pitman dropping the spinnaker at the same time the helmsman being able to take the pressure off of the boat, perhaps turning the boat around a little bit so that the spinnaker falls right on top of the hatch. So a lot of things going on. Then of course the grinders coming in and
a lot of teamwork.
Yeah, it's a lot of timing and teamwork. And if one of those things is not in sync with the other, it causes all sorts of issues. So difficult mark roundings right there, drop for Team USA and Argentina as they are only the second time that they are racing here on these boats. Remember, they're racing against two Team Malaysia and Hungary who have already been here through the last couple rounds, so they know their way around the boat a lot better. So that's perhaps sometimes the disadvantage of having a better ranking and coming in later into the competition, is that they don't have as much time.
They don't have that much experience, yes, and they don't have that much time to spend their time on the water to get feel all what's going on with this wind. So yeah, you see them.
So definite advantage right there is you see the boat nice and clean. Ropes are, well, yeah, they are lying around, but they are all sort of put aside and not tangled together. Now, as soon as they get a little bit less wind, perhaps somebody will go in there and make sure it is really clean. But remember, as we said, there is more pressure as we go up towards the top of the race course. And we see right now that actually the Hungarian boat going off to the right has managed to take an advantage over the Malaysian boat. So right now Hungary is in the lead with 70 meters. And very interesting. You see right there the two tacks right there that have just been put in. So we see that Hungary definitely wants to keep the right-hand side and decided to tack over Malaysia, forcing Malaysia to come back to the left. So interesting.
Well, we see in the line that the Hungarians, they got a left shift and they start to use this shift faster than the Malaysians, which is also now the case. They are extending the lead, and probably as Malaysians slow down so much and these at this mark, at the gate mark, even they took favorite mark, it caused them some speed to catch up. And yeah, the Team Hungarians, they had much more clean drop, and yeah, it's really about the speed here. And
speed, and it looks like Hungary wants the right-hand side and is doing everything they can to push Malaysia off to the left. So right now, Hungary now extending that lead from what used to be 40 to 3 times bigger, now at 120 meters lead over Malaysia. Hungary seeing something on the right-hand side. Perhaps there is a little bit more pressure, as we've seen that over and over again. So as we were saying earlier, Victoria, you were saying either you go far to the left or you go far to the right. So either you get the influence from the shore influence, or perhaps you get the influence
but the
from,
thing is, to go to the left, you have to have a good angle to go on starboard, and and the thing is that probably the Hungarians just found their pattern of the wind shifts now, and they're using it, because I see them, they are between using the wind shifts and between pushing the other teams that we actually maybe don't want to be, but they don't want to be covered by the team that is on top of you. So it's really hard because you cannot do what you actually want to do. So it makes kind of easier for the team that is in front, but from the other side, you let them to split, and it might be also some luck with it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens, because right now it looks like Malaysia is just coming right back into it, and looks like perhaps Malaysia will be able to pass on top of the Hungarian boat. So perhaps playing the shift didn't work out for them. Hungary wanted the right-hand side, but that didn't work out for them. And here comes the Malaysian boat now, taking the lead 26 meters out in front, and Malaysia attacking on top of the Hungarian boat. So we have a change here in the leadership position, as Hungary wanted the right, but turns out they didn't pay. So Malaysia sending Hungary back off to the right.
The right shifts are very short, so it's not enough time for them to cross the team, as they got a little bit of the more land effect. They are just keeping them longer. This is the reason that why Team Malaysia got back again to the Team Hungary. The Team Hungary is really playing their ships, but they don't really good positioning themselves in the fleet, and they just let them go too much on the left side to have longer land effect. So they did it also in the first upwind, so I'm not really sure why they are doing that again, but yeah, it's a lot about maybe they feel something better on the right side, but yeah.
Yeah, perhaps if we could have some insight on that from our on-water reporter, Rachele Vitello, if she can sort of perhaps see something that we're not seeing out from here.
Yeah, we see they're really close to the shore.
It's a replay of what we've seen in race in the previous race. So Hungary is desperately defending the right with this schoolbook match racing tactics, but it's going in a different way, because probably on the left towards the land, like Victoria rightly said, there's a bit more pressure, even though the tendency of the day is for the wind to turn right. At the moment, the thing is not working out, even though right behind, in my view, right behind Team Hungary, we see Team USA on the right doing quite well. So well, we just have to wait for the next cross and see if Hungary did gain something here on the right, but probably what happened earlier is that Hungary didn't match the Malaysian too fast or fast enough and let them slip away a little bit on the left.
Well, ladies, what I'm seeing right now is Team Argentina coming back in from the left-hand side. So it looks like right now is a comeback from the Argentinians, which were out of the picture for a while, but right now coming back into the Hungarian boat. And here we see perhaps now a shift going right. So it's very difficult to see what's going on. Obviously, everybody playing the shifts right now in order to try to make it in the straightest line possible to get to the windward mark. But it's going left and right, and this is just keeping us on our toes. Very exciting to see that right now Argentinian team is managing to come back only 160 meters. So let's see what happens on the rest of this windward beat. Remember, this is the second time around. We are going to be getting to the windward mark. And from what I've noticed is, from what I know, we have a Charlie plus red. So it looks as though, yes, the race course has been taken off to the left hand side, and a little bit more pressure. So we are now at 1.1 nautical miles at 035 as opposed to 040.
Well, as the wind is still shifting, you have to use that. I mean, that's my feeling, that you can use this right shift to go back to the left side and get this land effect, and use this land effect because it's much longer than the right shift, and that's the benefit. So if you keep going on the right side, and it's just like the team is more closer to the land, they just got more of the left shift. And yeah, that's why we see the Team Malaysia now attacking. Not too late, not too early, so they try to get back again with the fleet, so they make sure that they're not going to use more wind from that left side.
Interesting analysis. I just want to remind everybody, Victoria has been sailing here for several years, as she is practicing to go in the laser class at the next Olympics. She was already went to Tokyo, and your best result was a third place, a bronze medal at the Worlds on your laser. So Victoria right here obviously knows exactly what's going on, as she sails by herself on her laser, where she has to do everything at once. She has to do the tactics as well as steering the boat, and you have to physically hike hard, mentally stay within the game. So thank you, Victoria, for all that insight as well as your local knowledge.
Yeah, I've been. We have the regattas right on this pretty much the same place that they have now, and we have amazing regatta Olympic week of Gran Canaria, which is gonna start next month. Yeah, we see now again that the leaders are changing now. The Team Malaysia now, they pretty much make the same mistake and they make the Hungarians. They let them go to the left side to reach that left side faster than the team that is stacking a bit on the right side. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting because also the Argentinians.
But you say that, as you see right now, the leaders right now is Hungarian, but their lead is diminishing as Malaysia is coming into the picture. As we're going to see a cross now between the Hungarian team and the Malaysian team. Now it looks like the Hungarian team perhaps is ducking to go underneath the Malaysian team as Malaysia attacks right in front of them.
Down, 2, 1, and up.
That was a good tag because they tagged close enough, so the Team Hungarian, they slightly started to bear away, but the Malaysians put that tag right on the really good timing actually.
Yeah, so that was great. Malaysia saw that Hungary was trying to go beneath them, and they put in that tag. So right now, there is an advantage for both of these boats. Right now, the Malaysian boat being slightly ahead, and to leeward perhaps can cast a wind shadow on the Hungarian boat. Now, however, as we get closer and closer to the ley line, if Hungary can stay in this position right there and be able to attack just in front of the Malaysian boat, then perhaps, just perhaps, they can make it to the windward mark first. So it is neck and neck right here between Malaysia and Hungary, only 2 meters in it, as Malaysia is still the leader right now. It looks difficult for the Hungarian team, as it looks like they're slowly dropping. in the wind shadow of Malaysia.
It's really hard position because your windward boat and that boat is like accelerating. The Malaysians can do whatever they want. They can accelerate, they can start going up and slow down the Hungarians, and they're like, the feeling is that they are, I saw the sail was luffing a bit, so that's slowing them down, but you actually, mentally you have to try to keep that speed still, because it's just you're getting washed by the waves and you're just drifting a bit, so it's really hard position for Team Hungarians.
And of course now Malaysia is trying to do everything they can in order to perhaps push Hungary to have to do 2 more tacks, and that would just be detrimental to the Hungarian team, as the Hungarian team is just trying to survive and hang in there as they're getting closer and closer to the ley line. Remember, we are only 200 meters away from the ley line. There you see the tactician as she points where is the ley line, or rather where is the buoy.
Well, the Team Hungary making a good job, because they're, I'm sure they try to make sure that the Malaysian cannot tack.
They're falling behind. The Hungarian team right there is falling behind.
They're both tacking at the same time.
So they managed to stay there. The Hungarian team managed to stay there. Now, did they go far enough over ley line in order to be able to get to the boat? As we see the Argentinian boat coming into the picture now. Argentina has to go a little bit further in order to have some clear wind. Let's see, perhaps Argentina is banking on these two teams having an issue in order to be able to come back and pounce on them if anything should happen. So it looks like the Hungarian boat managed to survive and get to the windward mark first. Now they have to do a bear away. Lots of maneuvers right here for both of these boats. Let's see what happens with the Malaysian boat. Looks like Malaysia has not hoisted their spinnaker, not nearly fast enough. So Hungarian boat with a much better hoist than the Malaysian boat, which still does not have their spinnaker up. So this is good news right now for Argentina, coming up in the back and perhaps being able to put the pressure on Malaysia.
Well, the team's been like a bit match racing. The first 2 teams were match racing, which is now, as the other teams were sailing their own sailing, let's say. So now we catch up so much on these 2 first teams. That's gonna be a nice battle now for in the downwind.
Great to see. There's the USA managed to come back 37 seconds behind. Remember that the lead that they had on the first round. So it's been a game of snakes and ladders, but the leaders have not really changed that much. It's been a battle since the beginning between these 2 boats, the Malaysian boat and the Hungarian boat in the front, and Argentina in the back. So now, right now, we see Argentina making a move on the Malaysian boat as the Hungarians are trying to go into that low mode and stay out in front. We are on leg number 4. So this is the last time the teams are hoisting their spinnaker for the day, as they are going to do everything they can to make it down to the finishing line as fast as possible.
That's gonna be interesting again, because the teams are so close and the teams are after you. They just try to cover them, and as you said, there's less wind down of the course. It's like making the teams that are much more in front like really difficult work to keep up their speed, because all the teams are slowing them down and it's just less wind. So yeah, they're pretty close now, and look, the team Argentina, they get so close now again, and they are potentially having now a chance to also overtake that 1 point from Team Malaysia.
A little squash we just saw right there from Team Malaysia, really working their boat and working their sails. As you see, they have those waves they can play with. As you see them sometimes coming back into the boat. Here we are on with Team Argentina, as they are definitely putting on the pressure. You see they're sailing quite low, as the trimmer right there is able to pull with his 2 hands on the spinnaker. So they are definitely in a low mode there on the Argentinian boat. Really, right now, we are waiting to see who will be the first one to jibe over. As we listen on board.
They are deciding probably how long they want to keep, and we're gonna see the first jibes at some point, and yeah, it's gonna be really, really interesting how they can keep up of the speed. Look, they're looking down. They're looking what's going on.
Going a little bit down to leeward and then coming back up. The concentration on this Hungarian boat. Every time we see here the speaker, the captain, the helmsman number 3, very, very intense. As we switch now perhaps to Raquel, who can give us a little bit of an insight on what's going on out there on the water.
Another nerve-wracking downwind here, but differently from the previous race, it's not a 2-boat duel. It's more like a 3-boat challenge with Team Malaysia being squeezed in between 2 boats. A bit of a sandwich situation. And Bojtet, the Hungarian, did well on that last 50 meters of the upwind, holding on and rounding the first mark. And they're doing just as well here. They were actually the first one to jibe, immediately matched by the Malaysian team. So they know what they're doing, the Hungarian, and they want to make this their race. Condition-wise, Jan, I can see the wind slightly increasing maybe, and I mean, for sure the swell, it's getting bigger, and you gotta control it. You gotta be able to surf those waves and make them work to your favor rather than stop you. And for that, I mean, we've seen yesterday the Argentinian doing quite a good job. I mean, there are people from the ocean. They race, yes, on the Mar del Plata, but also in the ocean, and they know how to do that as much as the Malaysian, even though it's not an open water, it's more like a sea. While the Hungarian, their nation, has got no sea, no coast at all, so they're mostly lake sailors. But they're proving their talent, they're proving their worth once again in this race.
Thank you very much, Raquel, as we saw the Hungarian team right there get covered by Malaysia. Hungary, as you're seeing it right now, just having to jibe over. So it looks like Malaysia is trying to do the same thing Portugal did to the last team on the last race that we saw in Fleet 4. As here now, Malaysia is in second place and has managed to roll over the top of Hungary. Pushing Hungary to go back to the other side, but I've also got some information from the water. Pietro is telling me that we are seeing oscillations between 10 and 15 degrees out there on the water. So this would perhaps explain why we have been seeing such big changes in the leader position. And now look at this. This is the big change right now, as Argentina is our current leader, coming back from third place to now first. So Argentina coming back strong, but let's see what happens as the boats come back together, because as you know, anything can happen with these big shifts out there. And I'm very happy to hear that it seems as though the wind is picking up. So that is very good news, and the sun has come out. So just a beautiful day out here on the water. A great day of sailboat racing, where we've seen some absolutely epic match racing, old school match racing, as Raquel says. And you know, this is what we want. This is we want to see these teams battle it out.
Yeah, and I see that the team Argentina, they are using these waves now that as to surf longer. Look at their the angle of the wave and how they are doing it very great. And for sure, as soon as they're gonna jibe, it's not gonna be that helpful from the wave side, but now they're really nicely using it to surf and to get and extend their lead, which we saw the other two teams, Malaysia and Hungary, they jibe earlier, and the waves are not really helping them. It's much harder to surf, especially if the wind is a little bit dropping, and yeah.
Yeah, we really see right there the trimmer on the Argentinian team walking backwards and you know, using his spinnaker to be able to push the boat and pull the boat a little bit further, giving it that oomph to get down the waves. So really working their boat, working their sails quite hard, as here we see a squash right there from the Malaysian team. So they too are working, they're more working on how the boat is behaving. And of course, remember that has several things. There you go. So the sail and the squash really using those waves. So very dynamic right there from the whole entire crew.
Yeah, you see them like also their body is like working according to the waves they are having, trying to make every single wave help them to a little bit accelerate. Yeah, it's amazing work.
All the way. So working hard on the upwind to keep the boat flat, as here they try to accelerate off of every single wave. And take a look at this now, as we see Malaysia right now at the top of the leaderboard. So 700 and some odd meters to go until we get down to the finishing line, and it looks like it is a battle between Malaysia and Argentina. We will have to see what happens as the boats come back together. 46 meters on a downwind is just too close to call.
Yeah, you see the work of their bodies, like they are trying to create the leeward heel, and then as soon as the wave is catching you from the back, they are creating the windward heel to accelerate. So they are trying to create that speed from every single ocean swell, which is a very nice work to see from Team Malaysia, that they found their way to basically create their own speed, huh?
Yeah, they're creating their own speed, surfing down the waves, and you know, pushing the boat down and trying to increase that apparent wind through their sails. As we see here, Malaysia now coming down very close to what seems to be the ley line. The American boat has really decided for an all or nothing move, going down to the right-hand side. It was the only way that they're going to be able to make it back into the game. So a desperate move from Team USA, going fully to the right. Perhaps, just perhaps, that may pay as they come back and perhaps try to surf the waves, as Malaysia right there seems to have taken the lead. But let's see what happens as they come back together. Now this is a crucial job. There should be no reason why this doesn't work out perfectly here for the Malaysian team. As we see the tactician right there, as she helps. She's all over the boat, that tactician right there. Noor Shazrin, two-time Olympian. I've seen her in the back trying to squash, hanging off of the backstage, helping to bring in the spinnaker on the other side. So you can really tell this is Malaysia that we love to see. We really can tell the intensity that's going on this Malaysian boat right now, as the Argentinian boat is coming back at 54 meters. Listen to the onboard. It's just unbelievable.
The heat is going up and down these boats, but the team Malaysia, they are coming on the starboard, and yeah, they have this.
They'll have the right of way as they meet up here. Are they going to be able to keep up in front of Argentina? It looks as though right now Malaysia has managed to work their boat the best and find the most amount of pressure. As we were expecting Malaysia to have a big day, and this is a very, very important moment right now as Malaysia goes through and gets a win. So there it is, Malaysia first place, putting 4 points on the leaderboard.
Wow, they really wanted that, huh? We've seen them. The body language was talking.
The body language is just... I can't understand Malaysian, but I can tell you they were very excited. And congratulations. Now that's Malaysia. That's the Malaysia we've seen here in the last couple days. What a comeback from the Argentinians, coming back from third place to second, and disappointment for Team Hungary, who led the race a long time and was fighting for the lead with Malaysia, and just Argentina right there. Perhaps Hungary concentrating a lot on a Malaysian boat, not seeing the Argentines coming back into it. So congratulations, Argentina, for that massive comeback, and disappointment for the Hungarians as they were fighting for the lead for such a long time.
Yeah, but they forgot there are 2 more teams, even they're far away, but they are still there, and they are just also trying to make their best to come back, so you have not to forget them, for sure.
For sure, and let's not forget the USA right there, as we said, coming back in with a lot of speed, so doing that all or nothing move, they really had to go out there and try to get some speed, but issues with their kite on this team, on the hoists and on the drops, a little bit of a really steep learning curve for them, so I'm sure it'll be another big debrief on the Team USA boat. Other than that, we've seen a good communication on that boat, but yeah, they're going to definitely have to be able to work better together on that boat. So race results right now. So this was the second race for this fleet number 1, as we see Malaysia putting all those so important 4 points on the leaderboard, followed by Argentina with their 3 points, Hungary with 2 points, and the United States with 1. Now, let's see what is going to be coming up. Are we going to Raquel, or is it the overall? No, it's the overall right here. Raquel, we will be right with you. But right now, the overall sees Argentina in the lead with 7 points. Malaysia in second with 5. Tied with Hungary, also with 5 points. And the United States with 3. So, Raquel, if you are out on the water, go ahead and take over whenever you would like. We are here, and we've got these great drone shots, but let's take a look. Let's look at that. Malaysia and Hungary tied at 5 points right there, so we have a tie for second and third place. Tomorrow will be race number 3 for this fleet, as they will be racing for another 4 points before the last day, where it'll be double in points. So Raquel is out on the water right now. Raquel, up to you.
Yes, I'm here with Nisam Hansman of Team Malaysia. Well done. I mean, amazing start, great upwind, match racing skills. But until the end, it was so open. I mean, even Team Argentina came in the picture.
Yeah, I think first, alhamdulillah, we finished first this race. It was a very good fight with Hungary from the start, and then Argentina came through at the end. But my tactician did very well. My trimmer did very well to keep the boat speed, and downwind, the tactician made a good call. Shazi made a good call. I mean, from there, it was very relief after yesterday, a bad start. Today I need to come back. Yeah, we did. So looking forward for tomorrow.
you're getting to like this, starting to like this, huh? You want to keep going?
Yeah, I think yesterday our motivation a bit low. Today we try to do our best because Argentina, Hungary, and USA is quite a good team. So we are a bit underdog. So we try to sail fast as we can, start as clear as possible, less mistake. Then we managed to get it. Yeah.
They were the underdog. I don't think we can call them underdog anymore. Back to you in studio, Jan.
Well, Raquel, thank you very much. That is just a wonderful interview right there, where we could really feel that he still had the adrenaline pumping right there. They have very exciting racing. Those were two very, very cool races that we saw right there. That first race with fleet number 4, unbelievable. And wow, that comeback right now, and Malaysia being able to come back in front, Argentina coming from 3rd to 2nd, and all sorts of action.
Again, that was a very, very close finish.
Yeah, very, very close finish. This is great. And we still have 2 more races today. So first of all, thank you, Victoria, for being in here and commentating with me. And we will see you very soon. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Instagram, and of course our web page. We will be right back for the 3rd race of the day. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
For main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and we made okay out of the start. Just had some 2 boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed,
yeah. Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world. From the Vienna side.
The good thing is we're 2 against 1. So
yeah. The west side of Austria.
Ciao. Bye.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team SSL. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different team.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these 2 winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these 2 buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie?
Smurfs.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for it.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot
surely.
Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails under right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the Star Sailors League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
A meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to Laser Radio, which is now ILCA 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of the time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keel boat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater, it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start, I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds, it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There are so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew, though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
Ooh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that.
We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder, it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay, yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house.
Do you give your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Always
tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah, no, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby, and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. 1 on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as I am joined here with Ibtisam from Team Oman as she was sailing in the previous rounds. And right now we are about to get started and go on with race number 3 of the day. So this is the second race for fleet number 2. Now let's take a look at yesterday's highlights of this fleet. Welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is the first day of racing here at the 8th of the finals, where we saw 8 new teams joining the fleet. The new teams are the USA, Argentina, Poland, Brazil, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, and France. Race 1 in Fleet 2 saw the first race of the day canceled as the wind died down. In race 2, we had an absolutely incredible start where we saw Team Brazil having to duck behind the other boats and go off to the right-hand side. The Polish team didn't manage to get off the line as fast as the others and were left behind from the beginning. Lithuania got the best start and managed to stay out in front as they went around the windward mark, the leeward gate, and finally through the finishing line first. Brazil finished second in front of Tahiti and Poland fourth.
Very happy with second place to start for the first day. It was our goal not to do anything too risky today and for sure not try to get third and fourth. So I think we have space to grow for until the end of the week.
All right, now let's take a look at the team comparisons. Here we are, Fleet 2, top left, Team Poland, the Sea Wolves, SSL ranked number 14, weighing in at 724 kilos. Captain of the team, number 10, Mateusz Kuznierovic. And to the right of that is Team Brazil, the Brazilian Storm, SSL ranked number 17, weighing in at 722 kilos. Captain of that team is number 10, Robert Scheidt. To the bottom left-hand side is Lithuania, powered by Skandagra, SSL ranked number 37, weighing in at 718 kilos. Captain of the team, number 9, Rokas Milavicios. And to the bottom right of that is Tahiti, the Black Pearls, SSL ranked number 70th, team weighing in at 720 kilos. That is captain of the team, Teva Plichard. And now let's listen to the team national anthems.
There.
And we're back. We're about to get racing underway here as we have 1 minute and 45 seconds left before the start of this race, fleet number 2. As we see the teams jostling for position. As you see the starting line right there on the right-hand side of your screen between the two motorboats. This is getting intense as we've been seeing some very good waves and good wind conditions. So let's see what is going to be happening now, as it looks like Tahiti perhaps is staying back to do another port side start, as we see them sort of hanging back. So let's see if that's what's going to happen with the Tahitian boat as they hang in the back. And Brazil right now is the first ones to be able to come back. As we see, as right now, Poland and Lithuania, Brazil are jostling for positions. And we see right now Tahiti is coming in on a port tack right now. So 38 seconds to go. It looks like right now the Brazilian boat is a little bit low and a little bit late. And that's sort of what the number one is saying. Come on, let's go, get it going. It looks like time on distance for the Brazilian boat. They are going to be too late. There's a battle happening right now between Poland and Tahiti. So battles have already started, as it looks like Tahiti right now is Tahiti and Poland don't have a lot of speed. 10 seconds to go. Perhaps that is a boat that is over the starting line. That might be the first time we see that. Looks like Lithuania right now has a good speed. Let's find out what happens. Perhaps we have two boats over. Yes, individual recall right there. That flag you see with the blue cross in it means that there is an individual recall. So perhaps we have the two boats. It looks like Tahiti and Poland have gone over the ley line first, as we're on board here with Tahiti. So trying to get a port side tack for Tahiti. That didn't work out for them. So there it goes, the two boats. That's not so good right there for the two boats. Everybody having a difficult time starting there on the starting line. Brazil was late to the line. It looks like only Lithuania managed to get a good start right there. So as it stands right now, Team Lithuania is in the lead in front of Brazil, as Poland and Tahiti had to go around and be able to take the proper start. So it was a P flag that was up, meaning that all they have to do is go around and duck underneath the starting line, but they were so close to the pin end they actually went around the pin end. So that was not an I flag, that was a P flag on the starting procedure.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were saying like really stay close by the start line because it's light condition. But today, guys, this is too close. This is even 2 seconds, early. So yeah, let's be careful with the timing and distance, because having a good start is really, it's gonna help you a lot during racing.
Absolutely, a very good start is crucial to being able to get off the line. However, we have seen some teams being able to come back. And here, take a look at Team Lithuania right now, putting up a good lead. So we are not even 2 minutes into this, and Lithuania has a 130-meter lead over the Brazilian boat. It looks like right now we have just changed positions. So Poland currently right now in second position as Brazil is in third. We'll see what happens when the boats come back together. We've seen it very, very shifty out there as the race course now has been set up at 020, so moving further and further left at the race course distance is 1 nautical mile as opposed to the 1.1 nautical mile we saw earlier. So we're seeing the wind shifting back to the left is what's happening out there. So we've seen a lot of shifts. Oh, look at that. Hiking hard there on the Lithuanian boat, making sure that that boat is as flat as possible. So it's a drag race right here for Team Lithuania, trying to stay in the lead right now with a 128-meter lead over the Polish boat. But let's see how that pans out as the boats tack and come back together.
Yeah, I mean, the wind has been shifting a lot during the racing, and we have to be careful with that because one shift can make you win the race, and other shift can make you lose. So yeah, let's be careful with that, and let's keep hiking all the way.
Absolutely. So they're now having to play the shifts as we see the Polish boat here on our on the tracker. It's just tacked. So here you go. You see they are on the starboard tack right now. As Team Poland, the Sea Wolves are getting back into the middle of the race course as the Brazilians have decided to go out left with Tahiti. Tahiti had a definite plan right now is to go off to the left. So Lithuania still in the lead, going out to the right. Now let's see if Tahiti and Brazil are going to go over to the land and get that land effect that Victoria Andrulite was talking about earlier as she was here. So there's Tahiti. Very good coordination again on this boat as they have been sailing now together. This is the third week that they are here and sailing it just like the Lithuanians. So the newcomers here in this fleet are Team Poland and Brazil as they are racing in their second race here. Very interesting to see how these guys are going, perhaps trying to get that land effect that they were talking about. Oh, they're going to tack again.
Perhaps
so very
they're
interesting.
doing too much maneuvers. So let's see if that's gonna pay them.
Very interesting. So it looks like they yes, that's why they're attacking, because Brazil tacked right on top of them, pushing them back off to the left-hand side. So Brazil putting in an aggressive move on Tahiti right now as we see Brazil moving back up the leaderboard. So perhaps it was a left. They are taking advantage of that land effect right there. So it means Tahiti is going to be going even closer to the land effect, perhaps playing in their favor later on. It's always dangerous to go so far off to one side of the race course, but we've seen it pay off. So here's Team Lithuania right now, who seems to be still on a port tack. Now, I don't know if they've come back earlier. Perhaps we can have Rakele out there on the water. Let us know, did Team Lithuania come back and center themselves, or have they decided to go fully to the right? let's see with Raquel, who is on the water.
Team Lithuania did a couple of tacks, so they went a little inside just when Brazil was also tacking and to come back in the middle of the course. But now they are again on port side, going more on the right hand side. They believe in the right, they're going in this direction, but we've seen the Brazilian do what it paid off in the previous race, going towards land. Even though Jan, the top mark is for this race is positioned at 0.25, so the wind has actually gone more to the left compared to the previous races. And because the tendency is for the wind, tendency for the day is for the wind to go more on the right. I mean, we're gonna see some left shifts and that land effect that Victoria was talking about, but eventually I'm thinking this wind is gonna go to the right, right? And probably this is what Rokas Milevicius on Team Lithuania is thinking, and it's defending the right so passionately.
Well, thank you very much, Raquel, for all those informations. As we are now on board here with Team Brazil, as we see perhaps lighter conditions, or are they going to put in attack? No, I don't really understand what's happening. We have some guys going down and on a rappel, others are coming back up. Looks as though Brazil right now is on a port tack. There we are. So Lithuania still off to the right. Brazil has come back a little bit more into the center, as Tahiti also has decided to now tack over and come back. So here we are looking at the boat, which is the furthest to the right on the race course right now, and it looks as though they are getting closer and closer to the ley line. So looking like a tack is about to go in right now.
Yeah, that's the ley line.
Are they on the ley line, or are they tacking just before the ley line? We will see, but right now it definitely looks as though the Lithuanian boat has decided to go off to the right-hand side, and that seems as though it's paying for them, as we see that Poland managed to get out once they had that once they've come back across the starting line. Now Poland has been able to go into their own mode and managed to come back into third, as we see Tahiti on the left, who has been having all sorts of issue with Brazil attacking on top of them. So Brazil doing a good job right there at attacking Tahiti and being able to come back. Here we are on board the Brazilian boat, as this camera right here is just in front of one of the steering wheels, the port side steering wheel. So an interesting vantage point we get from that camera right there. It doesn't look like there is that much pressure, as we see that not the whole crew is out hiking.
I think it sounds like they're planning to tack in their face exactly in the same line. So let's see first if they're gonna cross. Yeah, that's definitely a cross for Brazil. And let's see if they're gonna take tacking, or they're gonna continue.
So it looks like there is a difference of approximately 20 degrees between the starting line, the wind down at the committee, and the wind up at the mark, as we're seeing the wind at 360 down at the starting line, and at 020 up at the windward mark. So we have definitely two different winds from the top mark down to the leeward mark. So, and also different pressure as we saw more wind up at the windward mark. What a beautiful shot that is right there of the team Lithuania.
Everyone
on the SSL 47. Remember, these teams here are fighting in order to be able to have the title of the Nations World Champion. So this is the title they are fighting for. Remember, this is a World Sailing special event, and because it is a special event, there will be a Nations World Champion, and that does not exist yet. So very
you can almost hear here the helmsman and his instruction giving the team. Like of course, he doesn't want to lose any speed. So in this kind of wind, perhaps you need a little bit to hike to be able to bear away. Helps the boat to bear away a little bit, and then everyone just go and do his job.
Absolutely, Ipti, you're right. Look at that. So still had people out hiking. Oh, as we see a nice sea state right there with that ocean swell rocking the boats left and right. So this is a crucial moment right here for the Lithuanian team as they have an excellent lead over the Brazilians. Crucial moment right now for Team Lithuania as the bowsprit goes out and the spinnaker is hoisted. The spinnaker is not touching the water, so a very nice hoist right there. No problems for the Team Lithuania. Look at that, not even a boat length, and the spinnaker is up, jib is down, and so that is an excellent hoist right there from the Lithuanians.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't have any issue to hoist the spinnaker, and even perhaps yesterday we saw at least 2 boats who is going with the hoist in our riding turns.
Now let's take a look here at Brazil. Crucial moment right now for Team Brazil right here. as Henry Boning is telling, relax, man, relax. I got it. I'll jump on there. I'll take care of grinding. Henry Boning right there, big guy, lots of power. He's a star crew, so very dynamic, powerful guy right there. Look at that. Look at the power right there on Henry Boning, number 4.
And you see a couple of seconds, and it's
and there it is, couple seconds, and the spinnaker is up. So
no struggling.
So not an ounce of fat on that man's body. That is just pure muscles right there. A professional crew, just absolutely just a powerhouse. So here we go with now Team Poland coming into 3rd place. Let's see how this goes for the Polish guys. As we see the spinnaker touched water a little bit, so a little bit slower than the power of Henry Boning hoisting up that spinnaker on this boat. Good, it seemed to me like a good hoist. In any case, I didn't see the whole thing. We'll ask Raquel how it went. But here, before we go to Raquel, let's take a look here at the hoist on Team Tahiti. As it looks like it's a very fast hoist as well right there on that team. So less than a boat length until the spinnaker was up.
That was a perfect hoist, and the ship was early, dropped, so the spinnaker can fly really easily.
So we expect this from Team Tahiti, who's been here for a while right now. So a very, very good hoist there from all teams as we see them in a train formation following one behind the other as we go down for the first time here on this leg number 2 of 4 as Brazil is just behind Lithuania, or rather Lithuania having a nice lead over Brazil right there, 180 meters.
Yeah, they're definitely sailing nicely there. The communication between them getting way much better. No issue in the hoist, and let's hope they won't have any issue.
What is going on with Poland right here? Let's look at this. It looks like there's an issue on the Polish boat right there. They're having an issue with the retrieval line. Very strange. So this is terrible news right now for Poland as the spinnaker is not flying. I don't understand why he's not luffing and putting pressure into that spinnaker. Yes, there is an issue with the drop line, but what is going on? This is terrible news.
This is a good chance for Tahiti.
This is great for Tahiti. Looks like they are cutting something. Yeah, so a rope has been cut. Perhaps there's a knot. Oh, it looks like there's a knot that's been made, so perhaps a kink as they put the spinnaker, as they were putting the spinnaker up. Oh, I'm sure the shore crew is not going to be happy about having lines cut on their boat because of a mistake that they made. So that's going to be a very, very difficult for Poland as they have just cut their drop line, and that means that they will have to do manual drops on their boat, and that's going to take them a little bit longer. So not good for Team Poland right now, but this is good news for Team Tahiti, who perhaps will be able to move into third place. Absolutely no issues right here on Team Lithuania, who still has a great lead, 140-meter lead.
And you can see here Tahiti, they're deciding to go to the opposite way so they can make some different, and hopefully that's because it's the last boat, so they gotta do something different. So let's hope that's gonna make it for them a good choice. Let's see, the concentration in the boat is really amazing. Everyone looks very calm.
Very calm on this boat. It's very different from what we've seen in the last race, where we saw Malaysia adrenaline pumping. Remember Malaysia, as they were coming in there and surfing the waves, we saw them a lot more active on the boat. Granted, Malaysia was on a port tack as they were more working with the waves. Here on the starboard tack, it looks like as though they are more sort of going along with the waves. So a little bit less dynamic on the Lithuanian boat as we see Team Brazil slowly but surely catching up to the Lithuanian boat, as we have a split in the back of the field, and Tahiti right there, as you see, going off to the right-hand side. So watch out for Tahiti. We've seen them do this over and over again. They go off to one side, and out of nowhere, they just come back right into the race. So right now, they are quite far behind, but we do have match racing specialists on these boats.
Yeah, you can see them here, like they jump on the third place, and so definitely when they went to the right side, they made a good decision, and yeah. So let's see how they're gonna do on the bottom marks.
Yeah, the tactician right there, the number 9, Taiki Hashesh, who is looking very intently on what is going on, as you saw earlier. Captain of the boat at the helm, Teva Plichard. We still have the sounds from Tahiti right there, as they are having a good communication. But let's get back to the front here as we look at the Lithuanian team. Right there, Brazil just breathing down their neck, as Brazil right now is 130 meters just back behind right there. So right there we're looking at the bowman, Martin Volkvicki.
And let's see, he's making sure that, the windward sheet of the kite is not underneath the jib. Otherwise, they won't be able, to drop it if it's get tangled on the forestay.
Absolutely. He's just making sure the front of that boat is ready for that drop. And he'll be ready as they are, but they are still 720 meters away from that boat. From the leeward gate, 680 and counting. Here we are with Team Brazil right there. We were talking about heavy boarding right there on the grinder with the number 4 jersey right there. And we're just seeing Fonseca right there, Andre Fonseca with the number 7.
I think everyone now aiming for the left mark, so they can keep going, and taking
there is Fonseca right there. He has a 3rd place at the VOR. And just behind him is captain of the team, number 10, right there, Robert Scheidt. Robert Scheidt having been to the Olympics 7 times. He has 2 gold medals, 2 silvers, 1 bronze, and he is 12 times world champion in the laser class. So he is a big name in the sailing world right there. And of course, not to forget about the tactician Martine Grail, number 9. We saw her a little bit earlier, more forward in the boat, as she has also 2 Olympic gold medals. And she has a 1st and a 2nd place at the Worlds in the 49er FX class. So lots of Olympic medals on this Brazilian boat, not to mention everybody else who is on that boat. I will try to mention more and more people as we see them. But we are getting closer and closer to the leeward mark here. We are 287 meters, 270 now meters until we get to the leeward gates. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a crucial moment for these teams, as the drop must be absolutely perfect right now. Lithuania feeling the pressure as Brazil is breathing down their neck.
Yeah, I think what they're gonna do is taking the left mark so they can go again, to the left of the course and be close from the land. Because we saw the wind, it's going to the right more, to the left, I mean. So everyone was, planning to go that side on the first lap, and I think it's gonna happen again in this lap. And you can see here, and almost watch the jib is hoisting. And let's see the drop. Let's see the drop, if they're gonna make it clear drop.
It looks like right now Lithuania is bearing away right there. So a good bear away, taking the pressure off of the spinnaker as they need to get it back in. So that was a good quick drop right there for the Lithuanian teams. So that was very good, but it looks like they lost a little bit of speed coming out of that drop. However, a great job there by the skipper of that team in order to be able to help his crew to be able to put the spinnaker back down. As we see Brazil right now doing the same thing, a windward drop right there, as they're putting their spinnaker in, and as Robert really bears away in order to be able to take the pressure off of that
really
jib,
nice
that
drop
spinnaker.
From Brazil team, and you see the rounding is everyone in his position, everyone ready to do his job.
And look who has come back. Look who has come back. Oh no, it's an issue, so they've come back, but right now they're not being able to put that spinnaker in. So a little bit of an issue there on the Team Tahiti. That's bad news for them. They've really stopped their boat, but they've managed to do a huge comeback right there. So Tahiti managing to come back as we see the Polish boat. Now let's take a look at the Polish boat as they've cut their drop line, and they will have to do a manual drop right there on their spinnaker. So here we go. This is going to take a little bit more time to put that spinnaker into the boat. Now, we've seen teams do it before. It's not a huge issue, not a problem. It just takes a little bit more time.
But then you are not using, the powerful position on the grind.
So there we see, so a little bit slower for this team, but managing to go around the mark right there, and it definitely looks as though there's less pressure. I mean, this is what the information we were getting off of telling us that there was less pressure down at the leeward gates than there is at the top of the marks. But interesting right now, Lithuania and Brazil going back off to the right-hand side as Tahiti and Poland have decided to go back off to the left. So Lithuania managing to create an even bigger gap there in front of Brazil. So right now, Brazil hunting down the Lithuanians as we have a split in the fleet, and Tahiti and Poland have gone off to the left. As we see here on boards, as we are looking at number 5, Gabriel Portillo Borges. He is a sniper world champion. So yes, another world champion on this boat. Nothing but we have the A team here on this boat, medalists and world champions in many different boats, as he was sailing Snipes, and others have been sailing as Stars and J24s, and a lot of very, very, very experienced crew on this boat, bringing in all sorts of talents as well as some power, right?
But you can see here Lithuania team, they're really doing nicely job here. They're sailing the boat on the best way, and the communication is, of course, it's going to be better if you sail this fast. And you see now, it's almost like 225 meters.
As we saw right there, number 3, the pitman, Christoforas Akromas, who just dove right back into the boat, and of course the tactician back there, team captain Rokas Milevicius, who is just hanging out there in the back as well. Of course, let's not forget our trimmer here, Claudio, who is a world champion, has a bronze medal in the world championship in the Plateau 25 class. So he is the trimmer right there, number 6, that you are seeing sort of with his shoulders inside the boat right there, very concentrated, trying to feel the boat. There he is, right there at the helm. And we see everybody really trying to put all their weight out as much as possible. And now let's take a look here as we see Brazil is coming back over towards the left. Brazil perhaps deciding that they cannot catch up to Lithuania, and perhaps now decided to come back and protect their second place position. It looks like there will be a cross between Tahiti and Brazil right now. Brazil having the right of way. What is Tahiti going to do? Or what is going to happen right now between these two boats? So, Tahiti putting on the pressure on Brazil, and Brazil having to tack over. So the Tahitians right now putting on the pressure, being aggressive on the team Brazil, forcing Brazil to go back to the right-hand side.
Good comeback for Tahiti team.
What a comeback for Tahiti. Now playing with the big guns right there. So it looks like Brazil has had just to go over to the right as Tahiti decides to also put in attack right now. So very interesting as Tahiti tacked on top of Brazil to only now come back as well on a port tack. So very interesting. They must be seeing something, or at least they don't want to leave Brazil and let Brazil go. So it looks as though right now we have all 4 boats on a port tack as they are heading up to the windward mark. I'm trying to see if we have any changes here. It doesn't seem as though I heard anything down at the leeward gates. So it seems as though there is no change in the race course. Here we are on board with Team Poland. Right there as we see as we take a look at number 15 here, Pritor. There's a lot of discussion going on this boat right now as Team Poland is deciding what to do. Should they stay here in the middle, or do they decide to take the lift right now and go back to the other side? But it seems as though you've heard it before, the right shift is very, very small. So it will be difficult now for the Polish team to be able to come back and attack Brazil and Tahiti. However, we've seen so many times changes here. Snakes and ladders, nothing but changes in leaders as we have 3 teams that are very, very close. So that would be Tahiti, Poland, and Brazil. Now look at that, Brazil right now relegated to the 4th place, but that changes just about every 10 seconds. One thing that hasn't changed so far is Team Lithuania. Team Lithuania getting the best start and staying out in front. Right now, they are the uncontested leaders of this fleet, more than 400 meters out in front. And the battle right now is not for 1st and 2nd. The battle right now is for 2nd place between the 3 boats that are following. As we go on board and we listen to the Lithuanian boat in the conversation. See how the skipper right there is turning and he's really working his boat to get over those waves. And I can tell you that those boats are very, very sensitive. The slightest movement on that steering wheel affects the boat. So those are actually quite big movements that he's doing right there on his boat, really working his boat to get over the waves. 386 meters as we're getting ever so close to the last windward buoy. And we have 3 teams in the back now. This is a battle right here as it looks like Tahiti has now tacked on top of the Brazilian team. So relentless attacks from Team Tahiti as it looks like Poland now has come back into the game. Poland now in 2nd place. All sorts of changes as though it looks as though Poland went off to the right and is now leading this little pack right here, but there's really nothing in it. Only 30 meters lead for the Polish team over Tahiti. let's go on board a little bit onto these boats and let's listen in to what they're saying, as there is a lot of discussion going on. Looks like Lithuania right there having to put in a double tack. So this is very good news for the following three boats, as Lithuania not being able to make the windward mark now. Could that be because of the currents, or perhaps a decision to be able to stay on the race course? Wow, look at that swell right there, as the boats are trying to make it up to this windward mark right here, as we are seeing quite a big swell. And that is the offset mark you're seeing right in front of your screen right there. So offset mark right in the middle, and to the right, that is the windward mark, as they are on the dogleg right now. So this is a crucial moment right now for Team Lithuania, as we saw them do a perfect hoist on the last one. If they can manage to pull this one off, then surely they will be able to cross the finish line first. But first things first, they need to put this spinnaker up. So let's take a look at this crucial moment, as Lithuania hoists their spinnaker for the last time. And it's a good hoist for Lithuania. Looks like a good drop as well. So, good speed, Lithuania making it around with a massive lead. Second place boats are nowhere near getting to the windward mark right now. So Lithuania just showing everybody how to do it. They were off the line first and managed to just do absolutely everything right. They've been going to the correct side of the race course. All the maneuvers have been spot on, and that is the result right now. Over a minute and a half in front of the second place boat. So the battle now is for second place, as we are on board here with the Polish team, followed close behind by Tahiti. Now let's not forget Brazil. Brazil will be coming in, I'm sure, here on the right-hand side of our screen. We'll see what happens here as they tack. Well, there's a tack right now for Team Poland.
There's definitely some current out there, because you see everyone tacking, you know, a little bit further than the relay line.
And here is the Polish team right now, so getting set up here to be able to hoist the spinnaker. It looks as though the winds here have shifted as well, as it looks like they have very much sheeted in that jib. Yep, so here we go. Now, Poland. Very important move right here for Poland. Has a big barroway right there, so that's a very big barroway in order to be able to have an easy time to hoist that spinnaker. When you do such a big, violent barroway, you do lose some speed. So, to the detriment of speed, they have decided to barroway in order to be able to get a fast spinnaker hoist. Let's see what happens now with the Tahitians, as we've seen good, clean maneuvers from them pretty much the whole time. Looks like no issues right there on Team Brazil. So it's a good hoist for Brazil and a good hoist for Team Tahiti, as this is the first time that we see Brazil in trouble. Let's listen on board. Oh, there's an issue right there with the Tahitian boat. So Tahiti trying to put in a jibe, but that's a catastrophe right there. They have just completely messed that one up, and it's gone completely sideways. They're having to come back. So a missed jibe right there on the Tahitian boat, as we saw all sorts of chaos as well ensuing behind on Brazil. But Brazil managed to put their spinnaker and do the jibe correctly. So that was a missed jibe right there from Tahiti, which actually managed to get themselves out of it. So Brazil now back into third place. Tahiti just having a little bit of an issue right there with that jibe. So it's very interesting to see now that the Brazilian team is decided, or right now is going back out to the right-hand side of the race course. And look at the lead, 550 meters right there for Lithuanian team.
Wow, good sailing there. They're only extending the lead. I mean,
absolutely, only extending the lead as we hear the onboard from the Brazilian team. Perhaps it was the Polish team that we were hearing the onboard from.
Yeah, I will say Tahiti, they did a mistake there, you know, when they went for the jibe, and the Brazilian team tried to cover them. But at the end, you know, Tahiti ended up jibing back again because of that spinnaker getting tangled on the forestay. So I would say, yeah, let's be careful with that. And let's see if the Tahiti, they were going to come back again on the race.
As we are on board here with the Polish team, and we're seeing those nice waves, those surges, as they are really working their boat. Now we saw Team Malaysia working hard and managing to get the boat speed up here as they are sheeting in and out in order to get more and more speed, creating a greater and greater distance here with the Tahitian boat. So we see that these boats are working, these crews are working in their boats more and more and managing to be able to pick up some speed, especially here on the downwind, as they can almost surf every single wave. Look at that distance is just, well, it was just going down now 400 meters, so Lithuania now has lost 150 meters. Now they still have a very good lead, but we see that they're not working their boats nearly as much as we have seen on the other boats. Look very calm. It also looks as though they are in lighter air. So perhaps we will see the three trailing teams come back and attack them. For the time being, your leaders, Lithuania, then followed by Poland, Brazil, and Tahiti.
I mean, you can see there the three boats, they go in the opposite side of Lithuania. So perhaps Lithuania has to do something. I mean, they're far away from the others, but at least they need to cover and just, you know, make sure they go in with the others.
Yeah, do they go with the others? Do they cover each other? Or it looks right now like the battle is between Tahiti and Poland right there, as Tahiti is trying to roll over the Polish boat. But look out, because Brazil is coming back onto starboard. And just perhaps Brazil will be able to lay the mark. But we'll see what happens as the Polish boat is on the inside. Perhaps Poland can stay out in front of Brazil and block Brazil. So right now, it looks like it's neck and neck between Poland and Brazil, as Lithuania is still 385 meters ahead of their opposition. We see Martine right there. She looks very, very concentrated. See what is going to happen. Let's listen to what's going on board this boat, because there's a lot of pressure right now.
Descendo ainda. Afunda mais descendo ainda. Tem pressão ainda.
A crucial moment there on the Brazilian boat as they're getting closer and closer to the Polish boat. Looks like Poland has just put in a jibe right there. And they are out in front of the Brazilian boat. Only 16 meters between those two boats, as Tahiti is not far behind, but too little too late. That one missed jibe up at the top has now taken them out of it. So the battle right now is for second place here between the Polish team and the Brazilians.
We see now Tahiti, they made a good job and coming back with the fleet.
Tahiti right now, let's look Poland right now. Look at how low they are right there. So very, very low mode right there on the Polish team, trying to do everything they can in order to be able to stay out in front of Brazil. And so far it's looking as though it's going to work. As we see here that yesterday, remember what happened, Lithuania won yesterday, so Lithuania again right now putting probably another 4 points in. Brazil was second yesterday and Poland was last, so it's a crucial moment right now for Poland. If they want to stay in the game, they need to finish in front of Brazil. Brazil already putting 3 points up on the board yesterday, and so very, very exciting race right here. So Lithuania again looking like they are still our leaders, and it looks as though they will be, as they put in their last jibe right here in order to go into the finishing line. So a very, very good sail from Team Lithuania, as we've seen them doing very well from the beginning and the last rounds that they've been going through. Constantly at the top of the leaderboard, this Team Lithuania right here, very, very strong. Remember, they won yesterday, and it's and they're about to win right now, putting up another 4 points. And here we go, just a couple hundred meters away from the finish line, as we see right now Team Lithuania, which can be very proud of themselves, putting in a second win right there. Yes, it is mind-blowing.
First place.
Very nice. Congratulations. Good job, guys.
Well done, Lithuania. Good sailing out there. You showed other people how it's done.
Absolutely, getting the best start out of everybody and finishing several hundred meters in front of everybody else. There it is. What a good sail by the Lithuanian team, but it's not over, because we are still now looking here. Look what happened. It looks like the Brazilian boat right now has managed to come back in front of the Poles, and it looks as though the finishing line is really not too far away. Oh, I think Poland will have to do another 2 jibes And that's it for Poland. As there's nothing they can do.
Oh, port starboard.
It's a port starboard situation, but it looks like right now the Brazilian boat will carry most of the speed, as they do have room at the mark here for the Poles, but looks as though, oh, this is so close. Brazil right now losing their spinnaker, as Poland now has a little bit more speed. It's just going to be neck and neck, and it looks like, yes, perhaps it looks, no one knows.
They don't know.
No one knows what's going on.
Let's see who's going to celebrate.
What just happened right there?
I think Brazil.
What a situation going on that boat right now. It seems to us as though it was perhaps the Brazilian boat passing out in front, but we won't know until we get the confirmation from the race committee.
That was really close finish between these
Unbelievable. Today is just crazy. That's the second time we've seen a finish within 1 second. And here comes Team Tahiti in 4th place. So this is the first time in the competition of the 3 weeks that they've been here now, finishing in 4th place. So the first time Tahiti finishes in 4th place, and I think, yes, it is confirmed. Lithuania, Brazil, Poland, and Tahiti. That is the finishing order. So
well done,
congratulations, Lithuania, on that unbelievable win right there. As, wow, what a race Brazil and Poland have put on for us. That is just absolutely unbelievable. Wow, what a race. So, all coming down to the last moment. As we see here, Team Lithuania. I believe that is Team Switzerland, yes, which is hopping on board right there.
Very good job here, Lithuania.
We have Raquel, which is on the water. Raquel.
Yes, I'm on the water, and I'm once again with Rokas. Rokas, we're getting used to this post-race interview with the winner. Well, that was possibly more than a win. It was 2 wins in once because you had such a big margin.
We did, but again, we got kind of lucky how the second downwind went and that everybody followed, because clearly we read the wind right and we wanted to go to the right side, protected that, and executed our plan at maximum. So that's how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you had a great start. You started leading immediately from the first meters, and you extended from there. They say it's easier when you lead because you actually got to play your game, and it's even easier if in the back people are fighting, right?
Exactly. We saw on the fleet before how Sweden got every tack on their nose, so that's our plan was, okay, to avoid these kind of situations. We just want to, stay safe, stay clear out of other competitors, and if we can be ahead of them, that was the plan.
Yeah, and congratulations for the amazing maneuvers you do on board. You are synchronized like an orchestra.
It's easy when you're ahead and no dramas aboard, so then you have time to prepare and no last-minute decisions. So that's how it goes.
8 points for you, but you know from the previous round that with 2 more days to go and the double-point race, it's never over until it's over.
It's never over. That's why people say, oh, you're not so happy as you used to be, but like we straight out of this race, we're already thinking about the next race, and we try to keep the posture and focus for the upcoming days.
Can we say hi to Gintare? She's now leading this familiar family derby with Robert Scheid.
Yes, Lavas Gintare, hi, and between us, I think she's cheering for us.
I am sure.
Exactly. So all good.
All good. All good so far. Back to you.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you very much. And here are the team results for this race number 2 on fleet number 2. Lithuania picking up 4 points, Brazil 3, Poland 2, Tahiti 1. And now let's take a look at the overall results after 2 races. So this is the provisional overall. 8 points for Lithuania, 6 for Brazil, and a tie between Poland and Tahiti with 3 points. So another incredible finish right there, as we got so within meters here on this third race of the day. Ibtisam, wow,
Thank you so
what
much
a crazy
for having
race.
me. Thank you. Yeah, what a race.
Yeah, thank you for being here with me.
Thank you so much. I mean, we saw an interesting battle going out there, and seeing, the level of people and sailors and how they fight in the water, the match racing that's happening during racing. It's impressive.
Absolutely.
And,
It's just heart-pounding moments right there, as the second finish that we've seen today, where just
very close
meters
racing, yeah.
in it. So, yeah, great racing. Don't go anywhere. We still have the last race of the day that is coming up very, very soon. So we just saw the teams changing out on the water. Before we come back, we will take a small break. But before the break, let us show you the highlights of this race. See you very, very soon.
My name's Tom Slingsby, and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. one on each side. So we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good, and we made okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
Which never happened before, but it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it, and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah.
Where is the end of the world?
There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
From the Vienna side.
The good thing is we're 2 against 1, so yeah.
The west side of Austria.
Ciao! Bye.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team SSL. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different team.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course, you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
Yeah, I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to?
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only two of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the SSL Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to laser radio, which is now ILCA 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keel boat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that is in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There's so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And welcome back here as we are about to go out onto the water for the last race of the day. We will be seeing fleet number 3 racing out there as I have Ibtisam, which is co-commentating with me. Hello, Ibti, how are you?
Hello there. Hello to be here again. Nice to be here with you, always.
Thank you very much for coming in and commenting with me these races. Now, before we get out onto the water, let's take a look at the highlights of fleet number 3 from yesterday.
Welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is the first day of racing here at the 8th of the finals, where we saw 8 new teams joining the fleet. The new teams are the USA, Argentina, Poland, Brazil, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, and France. It was a very interesting start in race 3 as we saw all competitors late to the line. The Republic of South Africa managed to get the best start and take the lead over the rest of the fleet. A massive battle ensued as the Republic of South Africa, Norway, Chile, and Switzerland battled it out for most of the race. In the end, Switzerland won with 4 points, South Africa 3, Norway 2, and Chile 1.
Yes, finally we won. But it was very difficult. The wind was very patchy and we had to find the right way. Until the end, it's never finished.
And let's take a look at the team comparisons. On the top left-hand side of your screen, South Africa, Team Ubuntu, SSL ranked number 40th, weighing in at 717 kilos. Leader is number 9, Ian Ainsley. To the right of that is Chile, the Finnish Terra Sailors, SSL ranked number 25, weighing in at 712 kilos. Number 10, Pablo Lorca is the captain of that team. Down at the bottom, Switzerland, the Helvetic Lakers, SSL ranked number 12, weighing in at 724 kilos. Captain of that team, Eric Monin. To the bottom right-hand side is Norway, Team Norway. They call themselves Nord Stream, SSL ranked number 16. Team weight 722 kilos. Captain of the team, number 10, Ivan Melleby. And now, let's listen to the national anthems.
majestuosa es la blanca montaña que te dio por baluarte el Señor, que te dio por baluarte el Señor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Dulce mar que recibe los votos, ponte Chile sus alas puros, que hoy la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, que hoy la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, que hoy la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión. ¡Viva Chile!
Those are the team national anthems here as we are getting ready to see fleet number 3 racing. As you see them right there, we are just moments away from seeing the start of this race. Here is the provisional overall. So yesterday we saw Switzerland being able to come out in front, get their first win. South Africa came in second place, and that was quite a battle between them and Norway. Norway was second, Chile last with 1 point. So we are 2 minutes away from the start of this race. as we see the boats here sort of battling for position, or rather jostling for positions before we get started. Let's take a look at the race course. So we will tack our way all the way up to mark number 1, go around the offset, then back down through the gates. And this is where we could potentially see a change in the course and have only one buoy up at the top mark where it says Mark 3. Perhaps we could see a little pink buoy if they do decide to change the course. So let's look at that again. So the first upwind, we go around Mark 1, then down through the gates. Then if nothing changes, then we'll go around the windward mark, the offset mark, and then back down through the finish. But that Mark 3 could change into a little pink buoy if we decide to change the orientation of the race course. Now let's take a look here as we are looking from the pin end side of the race line as we have the boats that are coming and getting ready to take the start. As right here you see them on our 3D camera. Perhaps we can zoom in. It's difficult to see what is going on here. As we see, it looks like the Chilean boat is the most lured boat. There it is. Very nice. The Republic of South Africa, 30 seconds left to go as they're getting closer and closer to the line. And Switzerland looks like they're in the middle right there. So very nice right there for Switzerland as they're able to put bow down and get some speed. Now let's watch time and distance as we have seen two boats go over the line early in the last race. That is Switzerland with bow number 6 right there. 8 seconds left to go. So it looks like Switzerland right there is probably going to get the best start on time, on distance right there. All boats are late to the starting line, but it looks as though right now good speed for the Swiss boat, and a close call right there with the pin end as the Chilean boat has to do a hard luff in order to avoid the pin end boat, which is going to cost them a little bit in speed. And it looks like South Africa right there is stuck between a Chilean boat and the Swiss boat, which is above. So a difficult place right now for South Africa to be living as they are in the middle of that sandwich. And it looks like the Norwegian boat also got off to a good start. They are windward, however, perhaps getting closer and closer to the wind shadow of the Swiss boat. So right now, looks as though the Swiss boat right there, time and distance was the closest one, even though all boats were a little bit late to the line.
Looks really different and hard for South Africa. They will be looking for an early attack here.
Yeah, we see Switzerland being able to cross over right there, even though they were on a port tack. They've managed to now pass over the Norwegian boat. Here we are on board a Team Switzerland right now. As everybody is hiking hard, the Swiss boat has decided to go off to the right-hand side. Now, interesting decision right there from on their behalf. Perhaps just trying to get their own line and get some good speed. Remember, we did see Team Lithuania go off to the right-hand side in the previous race and managed to pull a massive lead.
I mean, yeah, what we saw there, it was completely different because, you know, everyone were late at least 5 seconds. And what we see in the previous race, there were at least 2 boats, you know, over. So yeah, it's completely different from what we saw in the previous race. But it's not finished yet. They're still in the first leg going upwind.
Absolutely, you're right, Ipti. For this first leg, we actually saw everybody being able to cross across that starting line with no issues. However, We are sort of seeing the same thing here as we saw with the Lithuanian boat. So interesting to see as Switzerland now is deciding to break off to the right and play their own game. I am just wondering how long they are going to go off to the right-hand side, as it could potentially be dangerous to leave your opponents alone. Or perhaps the opponents will start fighting between themselves, and it'll give you time and room to breathe. So, very interesting tactics there by the Swiss boat to go off to the right.
I mean, yeah, it was looking completely hard for South Africa. They were trying to look at, they were looking all the time for early attack, but there was a lift shift, so they, decided to keep going on the starboard tack.
Yeah,
and finally they survived.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what's impressive right there, as they decide to keep on staying on that one side and managing actually to hold their own right there. So that's a very interesting move by the South African boat. As we are on board here with the Norwegian boat, and we see Ivan Melleby, that is the captain of the boat right there on the mainsail. Interesting to see that only half the crew is out and hiking, making a little bit of an adjustment right there on the check stay. So trying to give a little bit more power right there into the mast as they're about to make attack. And it looks like that trimmer that we saw in there, I believe, was Nora Endland, who was pulling on that check stay. So here we go. Now we see the three boats putting in attack. It will be interesting to see where they will be with the Swiss boats, as the Swiss tactic worked out for them. So currently right now, perhaps it looks to me like those lines, those gain lines right there, are putting Switzerland now into a fourth place. But it's difficult to see. Perhaps Switzerland is our leader right now. It'll be much easier to see as we go onto the water and get to the live image when the boats cross. But that's not looking like it's going to happen at any time soon, as everybody is on a port tack. So the decision to go off onto the right there for the Swiss boat after a very good start from them.
Now everyone is going on the port side, but every little adjustment on the sail, every little hike, you're making the effort, it's gonna make you go faster.
And let's find out what is going out on the water from our on-water reporter, Raquel.
Hello, Jan. Happy to talk to you again. We're going upwind. We are on the left-hand side of the race course, going up with the Chilean, all hiking out really well. We have 5 people hiking out, and it's mostly the same for the rest of the fleet. We're going up to 010, so it's almost north. It's a north, but it's almost full north. So I mean, my forecasted tendency of the wind going on the right, it didn't happen. So the wind actually turned more and more to the left. This first upwind, it's most even of the 4 races we've seen so far. There's no huge margins yet. And, the wind is going up and down in intensity. I would say now we're back on the normal, so 8-9 knots. And, there's always a swell. As you can see, probably from the bow of the boats, they're cutting through those waves. And, it's a big factor to keep in consideration, to keep in mind when you're sailing up and downwind.
Raquel, can you tell us if you're still seeing a difference between the windward buoy and the start in terms of pressure?
I think at the moment, Jan, it's the wind that's even up, and it's similar from the windward mark where we are now until down at the start. Possibly still a little lighter down at the start and a little stronger up here at the windward mark. But it looks to me like the wind is coming in very straight, very strong. And by the way, we're right here at the offset mark, and we can see the boats approaching the top mark, the windward mark. And there is the first stock by Team South Africa. Probably in lane line before the others, but the first one to round will be for sure the Chilean team. Another nice race. Let's talk about legs now. A nice leg from Team Chile.
Well, thank you very much for that information, Raquel. We will be back with you here very shortly as we go downwind. Right now, let's just take a look here as the Team Chile still has a man hanging off the side in order to get that boat as flat as possible as they go in the lead right there on top of at the weather mark. So a very important maneuver right now for the Chilean team, having to put up their spinnaker as they get here to the offset mark. Let's take a look at the Chilean team as we see the grinders working hard right there. And that's a good, clean, fast hoist from the Chilean team right there with a good takedown of the jib. So very nice maneuver as we see the Republic of South Africa coming in super hot right there. Look at the grinders just going for it all the way, giving everything they've got. So a lot of heel on that boat. Looks like a fast hoist. Oh, they have issues with the kite right there. It looks like the tack line has not been taken out to the bowsprit, so spinnaker sort of getting into the water just a little bit. Okay, so now everything has come back, so a little bit of an issue there with the tack line onto the bowsprit as a little slow then to take the jib down. So perhaps coming in a little too hot right there for South Africa. A little bit tough for them to do their maneuver, but they are only 35 seconds behind the Norwegian team. Now we still have 2 more boats, the Chilean team, as now we see Norway coming into the picture right now. So some really big waves that are out there, and here goes the hoist for the Norwegian team. A fast hoist, look at that. Less than a boat length for them. Less than a boat length for them, and they've hoisted their asymmetrical spinnaker, and what a good job. Now here comes Team Switzerland in a position number 4, as it looks like the spinnaker is already up. And they're about to take down the jib. So a very, very fast hoist for the Swiss boat right there. A little bit slower to take the jib down, as we saw them leading the pack off of the starting line, currently in 4th place at the weather mark. So now is going to be pretty much a drag race here, and seeing who will put in a jibe first. we're looking at the sea state, as Raquel was just saying, with some really big waves, allowing these boats, there it is, to be able to really work. And now it's interesting, I'm wondering on that Chilean boat, is the grinder hooked up to the winch for the spinnaker, or is he on the winch for the main?
I mean, you can see here in the Chile team, it's a little bit different how they, sailing the boat in terms of, serving, using the body weight, serving in the waves. Yes. But you see the second place for South Africa, they're pretty much stable, not doing anything.
And here goes a jibe for the Chilean team. Looks like a very nice jibe right there. As we are on board with Team Chile, looks like we're definitely feeling the pressure right there. Psychological and physical pressure on that boat, as well as the Republic of South Africa just put in a jibe on the backhand side of that.
They definitely have good wind, downwind here.
So good wind for the Chilean team, as we see them super dynamic there on their boat. Really working that boat and working those sails in order to keep their 94-meter lead. Republic of South Africa is still in it, as we see the jury right there in their very recognizable Empire uniforms. Oh, look at this, working hard right there. And I can tell you there's a lot of pressure in that spinnaker for that number 6 to be able to pull it back by hand. That's a lot of power. So discussions going on in there as to what is going on. It looks like as though the tactician has now moved forward in order perhaps to get a better vantage point there on the tactician is Mark Sadler on that boat right there with the number 18. So it's great to see those tacticians going left and right. Remember, Mark Sadler has a gold medal at the World Championship in the Swan 50 and does a lot of offshore sailing, so he's used to big boat sailing. And let's go speak now with Raquel, who is following the boats on the downwind. Raquel?
Yes, we're following them down, and I think the wind might have picked up a little bit, because I've overheard the race committee talking about a possible lengthen of the race course. So what I've seen up at the top mark is confirmed. The wind is a little stronger. Possibly we're seeing a double-digit 10 knots of wind. We're getting very close to the gate, and yes, we're actually at the gate, and Team Chile's got a nice, is in control of the fleet of the South African boat, and I mean, they know how to do this. They have proven they are ocean boys, they're big navigators. They're called the Finisterre because they are at the end of the world there in South Africa, with Cape Horn not too far from them.
Absolutely, as we see them right here. They're about to take down their spinnaker, so that was a very nice takedown right there. And the spinnaker is not in the water, so the skipper right there is really helping his crew in order to be able to have that spinnaker fall right into the boat. So it looks like a very nice round downwind mark rounding right there for the Finisterra, as you were just saying. Now, let's take a look here at South Africa. South Africa really needs to get a good drop in. What a nice drop right there from the Republic of South Africa, making in a very good mark round and keeping up their speed. It seems to me as though they had more speed at that mark rounding than the Chilean boat. And Ifti, I don't know if you heard it, but it sounds to me like I did hear some sound signals being given at the leeward mark.
Yeah, definitely. I heard that also.
So I can confirm to you, and yes, that is exactly what the race committee has said. So they will have a Charlie Plus, and they will augment the distance by 0.13 nautical miles. There it is that you see, Charlie Plus. So,
you know, I mean, the wind is picking up, of course, so they had to do something about it and enjoy more sailing.
Absolutely. And we will enjoy more sailing right here as we see the Norwegian team right here having to take down their spinnaker. It looks like a lot of action going on onto that boat right there. It looks like the takedown was a good one. And they've managed to go around the mark, but they're kind of slow going around that leeward gate as we see Team Switzerland, which is really not far behind. Team Switzerland having issues right there with their jib. It looks like the spinnaker's not all the way in. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of chaos on that boat right there. So a lot of things happening at once. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
wow.
what they're seeing. Nothing. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have a small little technical issue, so right now we are just working off of the tracker, but as soon as we can get those images, we will be right back. Now, what I can tell you that perhaps you did not see at home is that we had a big left-hand shift, and we saw everybody going off onto the left-hand side as they went up the left-hand side. Let's go onto the water directly with Raquel as she saw everything that was going on. Raquel, please let us know what happened in the last upwind.
10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everybody. As you've just noticed, we've had a technical issue. It seems as though we have lost power here at the marina, and therefore we could not bring you the live images of this last race. So what we will do right now is show you the 3D version, and we have managed to rewind the tape just a little bit in order for you to be able to see what is going on here as we are looking at the boats coming into the last windward mark. Now, what I can tell you, as we were able to watch the 3D here in the studio as the power went off, we did manage to see that there was a big left-hand shift, and we saw the Chilean boat, the Republic of South Africa, and Norway head over to the left-hand side of the racing area. So Switzerland off to the right is the big loser on this upwind, as the wind shifted left, which means that as we are going up this windward beat, they are, I believe, rounding in fourth place. I do know the final results, but let's take a look at what's happening here as we see that the Chilean boat went out in front and managed to round out in front, so it doesn't look like there were any issues there as they hoisted the kite with a 61-meter lead over the Republic of South Africa. Now, as we see Norway and Switzerland right there coming into the picture, it seems as though it's going to be a very close one for both of these teams.
Yeah, we did so on the previous lap, like there was a change of course. So everyone, of course, there won't be a dog leg. Everyone will be like only bear away and hoist the spinnaker straight away.
Absolutely.
So that's exactly what happened here in the second round, as they had the more wind in the course, so they had to do some changes.
And very good that you remind us all, Ipti, that this here, as you see, this is the pink buoy, so there is no offset mark, and the teams have to go around, bear away, and put their spinnakers up right away. So we see that the Republic of South Africa was only 26 seconds behind the Chilean boat, as now it's Norway and Switzerland. It looks like Norway has a pretty good lead right now on the Swiss boat at approximately 30 seconds ahead. So we see a lead over Chile of approximately 30 seconds. Sorry, Chile has a lead over the Republic of South Africa of about 30 seconds, and the Norway has a lead over Switzerland, which seems to be actually quite consequential right there. But I believe that perhaps that information is not absolutely accurate. As I told you, I already know the results of the race, and you will be surprised at what the result will be. So take a look here on what's going on. As you see there, the Republic of South Africa managing to tack at the same time as the Chilean boat and being able to lure them in. Now we've seen that 40 meters between the two boats is a very, very close call. So right now, Republic of South Africa trying to go over the top of the Chilean boat as we are going down here on leg number 4. This is the last leg of the last race of the day, and there we go. We see the two boats, the Swiss boat and the Norwegian boat, out and back, as they are much closer than what we saw. So only 40 meters, approximately 40 meters between the Norwegian boat and the Swiss boat, as it looks as though the Republic of South Africa has decided to put in a jibe to come back onto starboard, as Chile keeps on going over to the port side. So interesting move right there by the Republic of South Africa as they decide to keep going down the left-hand side of the race course right now. And it looks like perhaps we will have a change in leaders right now between the Republic of South Africa, who has decided to stay on the left-hand side and is now taken over Chile. So what has the Republic of South Africa seen? Perhaps they've seen more pressure, as now we see the Chilean boat finally deciding to put in that final jibe right there. So Republic of South Africa seeing something before the Chilean boat did, and the Republic of South Africa is now in the lead as we are getting closer and closer to the finishing line. It looks like we have a battle on our hands as well with the Norwegian and Swiss boat right there. So very interesting, Ipti, as we see that things out there on the race course. We can only imagine what's going on exactly, but we did see some pretty big waves, and we saw that wind shifting more and more off to the left. So as we look at the tracks right here from the boat, we see quite a bit of speed from the Republic of South Africa's boat. Perhaps they have seen more pressure coming down onto the island side.
Yeah, of course, you know, during the first lap, everyone decided to go to the left side because it was a left shift and perhaps more wind. And, you know, when they went downwind again, they decided to keep going on the also left side. So I think that's why South Africa made a good gain here. And they had a small fight between them and Chile, but at the end, the better you deal with the boat and how you sail it, the faster you go.
Yeah, and you can look at the distance to the mark up at the top left-hand side right there, just going down. So these boats right now are just cruising, having a very, very good speed, as we see Norway right now jibing off to the right-hand side of the race course, and the same thing with the Republic of South Africa right now. So let's see what's going to be happening between all of these boats as Switzerland decides to keep on going towards the land, only now 1,400 meters away from the finishing line, as we see the Chilean boat and the Republic of South Africa coming back together. And the Republic of South Africa is actually gaining right now. So I suppose that they are in more wind. It is the only logical explanation, because if it was really a shift, we would have seen the Chilean boat being able to come back as the Republic of South Africa jibed. Now, let's take a look at what Chile is going to do here. Are they going to be able to, they are probably going to jibe on top of the Republic of Africa. If that's not the case, well then, obviously they will continue straight and perhaps go all the way to the ley line. So right now it looks like the Republic of South Africa is coming back into the middle of the field, as the Chilean team has decided to go off to the left-hand side, as there is now only a 79 or 78 meter lead for the Republic of South Africa. Switzerland and Norway are very, very close. Only 12 meters in it right now. So it's a very close race between the Swiss boat and the Norwegian boat. So we have ourselves a race for first place and for the third place boat, as we see that yellow line coming up to the bottom of your screen. 982 meters as we get down towards the finish. Here comes the jibe for the Republic of South Africa, trying to cover their advantage there with the Chilean team. And now we're just seeing a leader change, or rather a change between the Norwegian boat and the Swiss boat, as the Swiss boat is now passing just in front of the Norwegian boat. Watch out. Chilean boat has just put in a jibe right now. So we have the Chilean boat and the Republic of South Africa right now are coming back together. There's really nothing in it between these two boats, only 50 meters. So it looks like the difference between Republic of South Africa and Chile is 53 meters, and it is approximately 50 meters between the Swiss boat and a Norwegian boat. So a very dynamic end of the race right here, as the Republic of South Africa protects their lead and puts in a jibe. It looks as though, of course, the Chilean boat will be able to catch up, as they lose approximately 20 meters every time they jibe. But look at it right here. So it looks like the Republic of South Africa has put in that jibe, and it looks like it has worked out. No problems on the jibe right now. We can only imagine what is going on out there, as we are 630 meters away from the finishing line right now, and counting down. Those meters are just cruising by. They've got some speed out there, Ipti.
Yeah, I mean, the wind is really nice, and I think it's in the middle of course now. It looks like, you know, South Africa, they really managed how to sail the boat fast and serving down with the wave.
Yeah, it's just amazing how they really saw what was going on over on the side of the race course and decided to immediately jibe and leave the Chilean boats to come back to the left side. Switzerland did the same thing, and Norway put in an early jibe. It looks like obviously the pressure was on the left-hand side, and now look at this. The Swiss boat has a decisive lead right now over the Norwegian boat, as Norway is trying to come back into the pressure. 360 meters left to go. The Republic of South Africa is in the lead. There is really nothing the Chileans can do right now, but just watch as our RSA has just managed to pass over them. And they better be careful, because Switzerland is coming in hot just behind. And if it continues like this, I don't think the Swiss boat will manage to pass over the Chilean boat. But look at that distance growing and growing, 120 meters between the Swiss boat and our Norwegian boat. And it looks as though the distance between these two boats are the same. So Chile has been leading for such a long time, and finally the Republic of South Africa has found a little bit more pressure, a little bit more wind, and they decided to go off to the left-hand side as we see them coming in right now. Only 100 meters left for the Republic of South Africa to be able to put some points up on the leaderboard right now, as they are about to cross the finishing line. I am sure they are ecstatic over that. Look at that, a 50-meter lead. So the lead has been kept for the Republic of South Africa. There it is. Republic of South Africa crosses the line first after 41 minutes and 5 seconds of racing. In second place, only 50 meters behind, and that would be 16 seconds behind the Republic of South Africa, is the Chilean boat. Coming in right now is Switzerland with a last jibe in order to be able to make it across the finishing line. So Switzerland doing a good job at coming back to be able to go from fourth place to third place. Just not enough to be able to catch up to the two front runners, approximately 30 seconds behind the Chilean boat. And as we now see Team Norway, who are about to cross the line. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Republic of South Africa winning this race. Chile second, Switzerland third, and Norway fourth. Now that will be very interesting to see what happens with the points standing in here. Remember, Switzerland won yesterday. Now they're in third, so that is going to give everybody the opportunity to be able to climb back up on the leaderboard. So as it stands right now, after 2 races, it'll be interesting to see what the score is, the overall results, and see what's going to be happening. So here it is, race results after this second race, or this race number 2 for fleet number 3 after 41 minutes of racing. 4 points for South Africa, 3 for Chile, 2 for Switzerland, and 1 for Norway. Now, let's see what happens here as we take a look at the very important provisional results. And South Africa is in the lead with 7 points. Switzerland with 6, Chile with 4, and Norway with 3. So it's there's really not much in it. 1 point between first and second, and 1 point between third and fourth place. That is after 2 races. So we have another 2 more races that will be coming up tomorrow. So tomorrow will be race number 3, before we have the final day with the golden day, where all races will count double in points. Remember to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and of course our webpage, where we will have a lot more information about what's going on. So nice to have everybody back, and nice to see you. We're very, very sorry about losing those images, but that's just the way it is. Sometimes we have unforeseen plans, and well, that was the case today. But don't you worry, we're going to find out what happened, and we will be back tomorrow. Remember, at around 10:30 local time, we start the racing. And Ipti, I want to thank you very much for coming in here. You're very welcome. It was a tough day, tough last race. Great day though, great racing.
We cannot do anything about it. Like, it's a technical issue, but let's hope.
It happens.
It happens sometimes, and we cannot do anything about it. So yeah, it is what it is now.
It is what it is. But those first 3 races of the day were just unbelievable. I don't think we've seen such close racing, and for sure we haven't seen wind up to that level so far. So very, very exciting. And that is pretty much it for us over here. We will be back tomorrow morning. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for having stuck with us here during this last race. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
See you.
-10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start.